Chapter 426, Half-Done Dharmic Armament. Chapter 426, Half-Done Dharmic Armament. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. To Wang Baoli, after he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and perfected foundation establishment realm, events that made him excited happened one after another. For example, Lin Qianhao sent a voice transmission to Wang Baoli the next day to inform him that he had already prepared all the materials and artifact spirits needed for refining dharmic armaments. The materials needed to refine dharmic armaments were exorbitantly priced. That was especially so for the core materials. To a certain extent, it was a controlled resource that was difficult to purchase. Even if one wanted to buy it, they didn't know where to find it. The megaphone that Wang Baoli wanted to refine required additional materials in order for its sound to be widespread. That caused Lin Qianhao to put in a lot of effort in garnering all the necessary materials, such that he activated all his connections, even roping in Kong Dao and Jin Duoming for the search. Even so, they took a long time before finding everything, which showed how challenging it was to find those materials. In addition, the artifact spirits posed a challenge as well. Firstly, the beast spirits that could become an artifact spirit needed to be undamaged when extracted from the ferocious beast. That was difficult on its own, and the level of difficulty increased with the strength of the ferocious beast. At the same time, in order to complement the dharmic armament, Wang Baoli described the mightiness of his dharmic armament to Lin Qianhao, so that Lin Qianhao could understand what kind of artifact spirit to find to meet Wang Baoli's needs. The one that could complement the dharmic armament must be able to give out a deafening roar. Therefore, after a long search and several delays, Lin Qianhao finally found the spirit of a tiger beast that was of foundation establishment realm cultivation. Even though it wasn't a perfect match to use this spirit as the artifact spirit, it was the best he could find. Wang Baoli was already extremely pleased with all this. Therefore, when Lin Qianhao sent the items to him, he immediately went into seclusion. He was going to prepare for the initial refinement stage of the dharmic armament before integrating the artifact spirit, to form a complete dharmic armament. The dharmic armament would then be used in an attempt to draw the remnant fragments of the God consciousness that existed between heaven and earth, so that with the clash formed by the heaven and earth power, it would eventually become a 7th-grade dharmic armament. Wang Baoli wasn't entirely confident of its success, but he decided to try it out nonetheless. Furthermore, in preparation for this round of refinement, he had played out and analyzed everything in his mind several times. He constantly thought about the steps involved at every stage. At the same time, with regards to the heavenly evocation segment, Wang Baoli had entered a fugue state many times in order to further understand it since returning from the research facility. Right now, with everything well prepared, Wang Baoli, who was in his secret chamber, took a deep breath as a look of anticipation was revealed in his eyes. However, he knew that the process of dharmic armament refinement shouldn't involve major swings in emotions, which could cause him to lose his calmness. The slightest mistake would lead to failure of the entire refinement process. Therefore, Wang Baoli didn't start the refinement process immediately. Instead, he shut his eyes and meditated in order to calm himself down. 2 hours later, as the sun set, Wang Baoli suddenly opened his eyes. A glow flashed across his face as he immersed himself in a state of extreme peace. In that peacefulness, Wang Baoli took out the materials that Lin Qianhao had sent and began the process of refinement. In his hands, every single piece of material was caressed in detail. In the process, his cultivation and his thoughts were integrated into the materials, which resulted in Wang Baoli growing extremely familiar with them like the back of his hands. His confidence grew, and that was when he began making the spirit kernel. The process of producing the spirit kernel had been played out countless times in Wang Baoli's mind. Therefore, he was extremely efficient at refining it and could do it at a very fast speed. Wang Baoli's hands were sturdy, and he knew which direction to proceed. There was no hint of chaos, and anyone who observed him would find the entire process pleasing, as if everything was following nature's course. The spirit kernel, which was made from perfect spirit stones, formed gradually in Wang Baoli's hands. With the completion of the spirit kernel, the next step would be inscribing the inscriptions. That was a difficult step, but to Wang Baoli, who knew the formula, he could still proceed at high speed. Since he had already analyzed the process for a long time, he was ready to take on any difficulty. Soon, inscriptions appeared one by one on the spirit kernel. The number of inscriptions grew and integrated with each other to a certain extent, even seeping into the spirit kernel's interior, but it was still not considered complete to Wang Baoli, despite them densely covering the spirit kernel. After all, a dharmic armament was different from a dharmic artifact, and there was naturally a difference in the requirements of the inscriptions. Therefore, despite the spirit kernel being densely covered by the inscriptions, Wang Baoli continued to inscribe even more inscriptions on the existing ones, overlaying them. Time passed quickly in this manner. He used 4 hours to refine the spirit kernel and 4 days to inscribe the inscriptions. When the inscribing process had been completed, Wang Baoli grew pale. Even with his level of cultivation, he had already reached his limits, having focused wholeheartedly throughout the 4 days without stopping or making mistakes. When dealing with a dharmic armament, the inscription process should never be interrupted and had to be completed in one go. The requirements were only met when momentum was kept and when the inscriptions were all carved in one go. That was an extremely challenging task for many refinement masters. Having completed that, Wang Baoli needed to shut his eyes and take a night's rest. On the morning of the 5th day, he opened his eyes and began the process of strengthening the materials. The whole process lasted 3 days. As the precious materials were integrated into the spirit kernel, the shape of the dharmic armament gradually appeared, growing clearer by the minute. On the evening of the 9th day of his seclusion, a red-colored megaphone appeared before Wang Baoli. It was crimson red, appearing as if it had just been taken out of lava. It was hot to the touch and looked extremely impressive. Its ferocity far exceeded that of a 6th-grade dharmic artifact. However, Wang Baoli also knew without a doubt that, as a result of using different materials, it surpassed a 6th-grade dharmic artifact. However, right now, the megaphone wasn't 7th grade and could only be considered a perfect 6th grade at most. What's next is the artifact spirit. A flash appeared across Wang Baoli's eyes. He picked up a jade box that was placed beside him. The jade box was blue in color and cold to the touch. It appeared that it had been specially made for storage purposes. The spirit of the Foundation Establishment Realm Tiger Beast was sealed within the jade box. As Wang Baoli's cultivation was integrated within, the deafening roar of a tiger suddenly sounded by his ears. The roar carried a sense of madness and indignation, as well as the desire to break free. A true breath realm cultivator would be gripped with fear listening to the noiseless roar by the beast spirit. If they weren't cautious, they would be so shaken that their spirits would be devastated and broken into pieces. However, to Wang Baoli, someone who had reached the perfected Foundation Establishment realm, his cultivation was sufficient for him to suppress the spirit. Therefore, he remained calm as he opened the jade box, gripping it with his right hand. The tiger's roar grew even louder as a black fog emerged directly from the box, forming a black tiger beast. A ruthless cloud, which appeared to be backlash, charged towards Wang Baoli's face. However, before it neared, Wang Baoli, who was sitting with his legs crossed, snorted coldly. The heavenly thunder in his body spun, and flashes of lightning gathered in Wang Baoli's eyes. Instantaneously, the ferocious tiger beast trembled, revealing a look of fear. It wanted to retreat, but was too late. Wang Baoli raised his right hand and grabbed hold of the tiger spirit, pressing it towards the megaphone. The instant he pressed the tiger spirit into the megaphone, Wang Baoli immediately activated his hand seals to operate the inscriptions on the megaphone. At the same time, according to the process of spirit integration, he continuously activated the inscriptions while putting in all the materials that he hadn't included into the megaphone, as he proceeded with the dharmic artifact's refinement. This time, he was refining it together with the tiger spirit. The roar of the tiger spirit reverberated continuously, but Wang Baoli remained calm. He steadily carried out the process of refinement. In this way, the roar of the tiger spirit gradually weakened. 3 days passed, and the tiger spirit was eventually completely integrated with the dharmic artifact. Finally, the megaphone that appeared before Wang Baoli looked to have been transformed again. It was still red in color, but a light ray seemed to surround it. If one were to take a closer look, one could see that the light ray was that of a ferocious illusory tiger spirit. The ferocity of the dharmic armament far exceeded that previously experienced. Even though it didn't become a dharmic armament, it was a 7th grade dharmic artifact to a certain extent. The next step would be to attract a God's consciousness. Wang Baoli couldn't suppress his agitation and anticipation as he took a deep breath in an effort to calm himself down. He waved his hand, and his two dharmic armaments appeared. He pressed on them and entered a fugue state. While he was in a fugue state, 2 weeks passed in seclusion. The new city was as before, but for Chen Mu, the dandelions that he had dispersed had all found an owner. That was especially so in the case of the donkey. It was personally taken care of by Chen Mu, and was such a glutton that 30% of the dandelions were in its body. This even shocked Chen Mu. However, when he thought about the pitiful state that the donkey would soon be in, his smile grew even more cruel and cold, and a look of anticipation flashed extremely clearly in his eyes. Soon, it will all be completed. Chapter 427, Unleashed. Chapter 427, Unleashed. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. According to Wang Baoli's understanding, heavenly evocation meant allowing one's consciousness to depart from one's physical body to loiter between the heavens and earth. There, they could, to a certain extent, become identical to the remnant God consciousnesses. That was the only way to sense their existence. As for the real meaning of heavenly evocation, there was no need to complete the initial process of the fugue state through the help of a dharmic armament. Instead, one could shut his eyes and, through their own cultivation and level of familiarity, go in all directions as if in a fugue state. However, Wang Baoli lacked both in terms of cultivation and skill. Therefore, despite him surpassing his peers, he still needed to depend on a dharmic armament as a key in order to sense the God consciousnesses. Despite that, Wang Baoli's method was extravagant and involved deception. It was a method used by most dharmic armament masters in the Federation. After all, there were simply too few people who could sense the God consciousnesses through their own efforts, as that was a feat that perhaps only those who could create 9th-grade dharmic armaments could accomplish. Right now, Wang Baoli's consciousness had already been spread out with the help of the two dharmic armaments beside him, and he entered the fugue state. It wasn't the first time he had entered a fugue state, but Wang Baoli always felt that being in the state was extremely bizarre, and it was no different this time. He felt that there were no limits to his thoughts and that they were so vast that they could cover more than half of Mars. At that moment, it was as if the physical body had been rendered useless. The leaving of one's spirit from the body and its wandering between the heavens and earth was the happiest way for one to live. This feeling was so strong that the thought of abandoning his own body arose in Wang Baoli's mind. After all, in this state, the physical body was like a prison, and going into a fugue state was akin to being released from the prison into freedom. I can't do that. My physical body represents the most handsome individual in the entire Federation. I can't give it up so easily. As the thought of giving up his body grew stronger in Wang Baoli's mind, this other thought flew into his head and was several times stronger than the previous. It directly pushed out the previous thought. Very vaguely, Wang Baoli seemed to have heard the sound of a mirror breaking, as well as an indignant and angry roar. Wang Baoli immediately felt that his surroundings had changed into a different state. It looked like he was wandering between the heavens and earth when he entered the fugue state. However, in reality, something was surrounding his body, something different from the previous time. An invisible barrier was present, and it was like a bottle enveloping him within. Right now, as he slowly awakened and gave up on the thought of ditching his physical body, cracks in his environment began to appear out of nowhere. The cracks were spreading so rapidly that they broke down immediately. It was as if the bottle that he was contained in shattered and broke apart right at that moment. The moment it broke apart, it brought along and swiftly dissipated an indignant consciousness. This instantly made Wang Baoli tremble with shock, and he abruptly exited the fugue state. His body, which was in a meditative position, vibrated vigorously. His eyes opened with suspicion. However, this sense of suspicion immediately transformed into shock and fear, and his breathing quickened. That's not right. Just now. Something isn't right. Wang Baoli's heart palpitated furiously. He vaguely came to an answer as he recalled, with vivid detail, what happened the moment he entered the fugue state. The answer that he arrived at made him frightened, and the fear in his eyes became even more prominent. When I entered the fugue state just now, I might have met with the evil intentions from a God's consciousness. It must have sensed my presence and was using some means to trap my consciousness in a bottle. After that, it must have interrupted my thoughts and injected the idea of me giving up my physical body. If I really did that. Wang Baoli took several deep breaths. Deep down, he knew the consequences. It meant that he would no longer be the same person when he opened his eyes. This heavenly evocation segment is indeed dangerous. I thought too little of it previously. Wang Baoli was silent. He had been successful the previous few times, but this time, he understood the dangers of the heavenly evocation segment. It usually didn't appear, but once it did, it meant death without the need for blood. Thank goodness I can't bear to part with my gorgeous physical body. Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief. As he thought about the indignant roar he heard just now, he was filled with emotion. He thought about how the other party would never have thought that he wouldn't get lured by it successfully. Even Wang Baoli himself was curious as to why that happened. He thought that the fact that he could resist the lure by the remnant god consciousness meant that he was very confident in his view of himself as the most handsome person in the Federation. It seems like I think that way instinctively, and that is definitely the truth as well. I, Wang Baoli, am the most handsome person in the Federation. This thought made Wang Baoli shocked despite him just waking up from danger. Even though he often said that he was handsome, there were still people in the Federation who were comparable to him in terms of appearance. However, right now, he suddenly felt that no one was worthy of comparison to him. Even if someone could compete with me, they wouldn't win. No one would, for I am the best in the Federation. Wang Baoli mumbled to himself as the idea solidified in his mind. He felt that this was no longer an issue regarding looks. Rather, it was an issue regarding resisting the lure of the God consciousness in the heavenly evocation segment. Therefore, all his efforts were aimed at refining the Dharmic armament. With that thought, Wang Baoli grew even more determined in his beliefs. In reality, that was the right thing to do. This was also the most dangerous encounter in the heavenly evocation segment. Going into a fugue state was akin to drifting in the open sea, with one's belief similar to a boat. Without a boat, or if the boat wasn't sturdy, it would be difficult to advance without damage to the boat or death as a very possible consequence. However, the beliefs of others were different from Wang Baoli's. Everyone held different beliefs, but none of them were as thick-skinned as Wang Baoli. After solidifying his beliefs, Wang Baoli thought about it and decided that it would be safer for him to not enter the fugue state for the time being. Even though his beliefs were strong, he had also experienced the dangers of going into a fugue state. Therefore, he decided to find out information regarding this matter from the ethereal sect lord, and study it further to ensure that there wouldn't be any more problems arising. Just like that, time passed and 7 days went by quickly. Wang Baoli had already been in seclusion for about a month. After he read up on the information and did his research, he grew even more confident of his next heavenly evocation attempt. On this day, he used the Dharmic armaments and went into a fugue state in an attempt to find the remnant God consciousness. However, suddenly, Wang Baoli felt, in the space between the heavens and Earth on Mars, a red fog had unexpectedly appeared in the originally empty space. Initially, the fog was still a distance away, but in the blink of an eye, it filled up the entire area. It wasn't directed to Wang Baoli specifically. Instead, it was shrouding Mars entirely at an astonishing speed. When Wang Baoli noticed this happening while in the fugue state, he trembled in fear. He broke out of the fugue state once again and opened his eyes, which were now clearly filled with fear. This fog. It seems familiar. As Wang Baoli slowly regained his consciousness, a raspy voice suddenly reverberated in the mind of Chen Mu, who was also in seclusion. The seed has matured, and the puppet will be completed soon. I will also honor my promise to restrain the Martian colony governor and her subordinates. Remember, our goal is to kill Wang Baoli. As the voice reverberated, Chen Mu had already opened his eyes, which were filled with overflowing agitation and an intention to kill that were extremely obvious. The moment his killing intent grew so strong that it could no longer be contained, the blood-colored fog that had once appeared insidiously shrouded the whole of Mars. Its scale far exceeded that of the previous time. Instantly, it spread through the endless wilderness. There were activated array formations that could block the blood-colored fog in both the main and new Martian cities, but right now, the entire environment had been completely covered by the blood-colored fog. This fog was extremely scary. Not only was it able to bar all spirit chi, but it could also block all forms of communication. Right now, even the Mars array formation was affected, and the main target of the fog was the main Martian city. This resulted in an extremely thick fog being present outside the main Martian city. Vaguely, one could even see many barren villages appearing. This caused major concern amongst the Martian colony governor and company. The moment the fog appeared, they quickly went to take a look. However, as it appeared so suddenly and was on such a large scale that even communications were affected, they weren't able to take a look at the situation in the new city. In addition, they couldn't receive news about the new city. The entire situation was as if they were gradually being separated from one another. At this moment, the new city had turned into an isolated city. The blood-colored fog outside the city, as well as the bizarre sobbing, made all the cultivators in the new city frightened. However, as the cultivators in each zone grew nervous and cautious, a sudden transformation appeared in Chen Mu's autonomous zone. The seed that has been living in the owner's body has awakened. Chen Mu stood up in his secret chamber, extending his arms. A look of excitement and madness flashed across his eyes, his voice reverberating in the minds of all the cultivators who had been used as a host for the parasite. Chapter 428, Flesh Puppet. Chapter 428, Flesh Puppet. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Right now, the blood-colored fog shrouded the whole of Mars, enveloping it and filling every crevice. Outside the main Martian city, the blood-colored fog had already grown to be extremely concentrated. This change garnered not only the concern of the Martian colony governor but also the Federation, which was closely watching the changes happening on Mars. Duan Muke, the president of the Federation, breathed hurriedly. He wanted to contact Mars, but communications were currently down. However, he believed that regardless of the reason for this transformation on Mars, the Martian colony governor would have a way to suppress and resolve it. At the same time, he believed that it was possible to accomplish this goal based on Mars tradition. What he and the Martian colony governor didn't know was that this time, the target of the blood-colored fog wasn't the main Martian city, but the new city. That was the plot to kill Wang Baoli made by the so-called state preceptor, who had appeared as the black-robed man from underground, and who couldn't carry out the kill with his own hands. Even though he would exhaust a substantial amount of resources every time the blood-colored fog appeared, especially when the area it covered was so large, his desire to kill Wang Baoli was also extremely strong. Therefore, no matter how much he had to give, he was willing to do it. As a result, while the blood-colored fog outside the main city was extremely concentrated, it was even more so for the area surrounding the new city. It enveloped the entire area and instilled fear in countless cultivators. When they raised their heads, all they saw in the sky was the blood-colored fog. They were unable to look past it, and could only vaguely hear countless bizarre-sounding cries that arrived as the fog churned. As everyone was gripped in shock, Chen Mu's voice reverberated in the minds of all the cultivators who had been used as a host for the parasite. These 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators all trembled vigorously. In an instant, their gaze grew lifeless from a previously lively state. They also seemed to have lost control of their bodies, as they maintained the actions they were doing the moment before. Blue veins could be seen clearly on their faces. They were perhaps not blue veins, but some sort of bizarre organism rapidly squirming in the bodies of the cultivators. Those organisms had absorbed the cultivators' life energy, their cultivation, and swallowed their flesh. As they awakened, they were unleashed. When they wriggled out of their bodies, they were seen as sticks. The cultivators' bodies began to wither, turning into ash immediately. After that, a blood-colored seed emerged from where their heads had been before. When the blood-colored seed appeared, it immediately flew at high speed into the sky. At the same time, beyond the skies, the blood-colored fog was surrounding the entire area and blocking the sun. Initially, the changes that were happening would have caught the eye of the people in the other zones. However, the moment the blood-colored seeds charged towards the skies, a loud boom immediately emerged in Fang Jing's autonomous zone. What accompanied this explosive wave were countless blood-colored glows that directly rose to the skies. These blood-colored glows weren't seeds but rays of lights. Taking a closer look, at a position beside Chen Mu, in the location of Fang Jing's autonomous zone, a loud boom emerged from the area that was originally a public square. Cracks immediately appeared in the ground, and as the cracks widened, a deep crevice was formed. As the ground sank with a loud bang, a gigantic catacombs was instantly formed. The blood-colored rays emerged from the catacombs. At the same time, roaring sounds could be heard in waves as countless ferocious beasts and corpses from the catacombs wriggled out while sneering crazily from within. As they spread in all directions, they destroyed every living thing in their path. The catacombs was made by the black-robed man at Chen Mu's request. Its goal was to cover up the deaths that were occurring in his zone, as well as the origins of the puppet. At the same time, it was directing all possible issues that could arise when the matter was being investigated towards Fang Jing. The reason Fang Jing was chosen instead of Wen Huai was that it would be difficult to achieve success with Liu Daobin putting immense pressure on Wen Huai. Fang Jing only appeared to be abiding by the commands from Wang Baoli and cooperating with the people that he had sent, which gave Chen Mu a chance to act. In reality, Fang Jing was extremely lax. His plan worked at this moment. As the catacombs exploded, the ground of the entire new city shook, perfectly covering up the eccentric transformation happening to the parasite host cultivators in his autonomous zone. As the blood-colored rays rose into the sky, it confused the 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators who had parasites in them. Their flesh and blood turned into ash that rose into the sky, passing through the array formation and accumulating into the seed within the blood-colored fog. All of these changes happened suddenly. The explosion of the catacombs, the deaths of the cultivators who were the parasite hosts, the blood-colored seed and light ray that rose to the sky, the destabilization and decay of the array formation. It seemed as if someone had abused their authority, resulting in signs that didn't match up. Regardless, with the fog around, it was difficult to find out the exact cause. As long as the matter was handled properly, it wouldn't be easy to investigate it in the future. Therefore, without any obstacles, a loud boom sounded. After that, blood-colored light rays and blood-colored seed shot into the fog. In the skies, the blood-colored fog churned continuously, as if a giant was about to attack the city. At the same time, the donkey's situation was similar. Its body was trembling vigorously, and its eyes widened with severe disbelief. The numerous dandelions were reacting right now, sucking the donkey empty. The donkey, however, was somewhat unique. Perhaps it was because it had eaten the little boy's arm in the catacombs, but its body didn't turn to ash. Instead, as the large number of seeds were unleashed in its body, they were directly transformed into an astoundingly large seed. Even though this seed was also blood-colored, its appearance was frightening. Once it was formed, it rose into the sky, and, like a bomb, it passed through the array formation and shot directly into the blood-colored fog. As all the blood-colored seeds entered the fog, and as the array formation was destroyed, innumerable cries emerged from within the city. Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, Jin Duoming, Wen Huai, and company were all taken aback. Instinctively, they began protecting themselves wherever they were. That was especially so for Li Wanna. At this crucial juncture, she didn't lose focus. Instead, she immediately sent out a series of commands, which included supporting Fang Jing's autonomous zone, as well as sealing the catacombs. Right now, Fang Jing was aghast with shock. However, she reacted differently from how Li Yi behaved back then. At this moment, her eyes were bloodshot, and she didn't retreat. Instead, like a maniac, she led everyone under her lead to resist the beast tide from the catacombs at full force in an attempt to buy time while waiting for help to arrive. At the same time, she took the initiative to allow her Dao Guardians to try and seal the catacombs. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was hard at work. Numerous cultivators charged towards Fang Jing's autonomous zone, and at this time, Wang Baoli also left his residence. He was extremely serious, as the changes that were happening this time felt peculiar to him. As he was trying to observe the changes at the entrance of the catacombs through the array formation to prevent the emergence of new catacombs, Wang Baoli was suddenly taken aback. He turned his head and looked at the sky, and his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, it wasn't just Wang Baoli, but all the cultivators in the entire city who collectively sensed something. As they raised their heads, they were all gripped with shock, with many instantly dumbfounded. That is... Heavens, what on earth is that? Everyone saw that, in the sky, as the fog churned, the shadow of a large object had vaguely appeared. That shadow seemed to be charging swiftly from within the fog. Finally, with a loud boom, amidst the fog's violent churning, a gigantic python head emerged from the fog with eerie-looking eyes, directly clashing with the city's array formation. A loud boom reverberated, and the array formation broke in half. It looked as if it was unable to withstand impact any longer, and as the clash occurred, the entire body of the beast was seen clearly. It was an astonishingly large python. It was blood-colored and seemed to be able to blend in with the fog. Its eyes revealed a look of madness and ruthlessness. When it was seen closely, one could see agitation and cruelty in its eyes. That gaze belonged to Chen Mu. Even though Chen Mu was now in seclusion in his secret chamber, his consciousness had been transformed into the giant python as the blood-colored seeds entered the fog. It was as if it was directly drawn into the giant python, with the giant python becoming another body of his. This feeling made Chen Mu extremely agitated. He was now completely sure that the black-robed man didn't lie to him. He could have control over this puppet. The appearance of the fog blocked all forms of communication, which gave him time to kill everyone he wanted. If he killed just Wang Baoli, it would be too obvious and not seem like an accident. Therefore, he still had to kill Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, and Jin Duoming. He even decided to kill either Wen Huai or Fang Jing, and also Li Wanna. Chapter 429, Massacre. Chapter 429, Massacre. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. You all have to die. Chen Mu didn't realize it, but at this moment, perhaps due to the fact that he could control the puppet, his ego was inflated. Perhaps he had fused with the drum, such that the hatred that he could suppress previously was magnified many times, such that it broke free of his restraints and made him a maniac. This madness was shown clearly on Chen Mu's face. His eyes conveyed his thirst for blood, and the urge was about to become uncontrollable. The anticipation of revenge and the myriad of emotions he was feeling made the puppet python that he was controlling glow blindingly blood-red. A wave of cultivation on the level of perfected core formation realm was about to be unleashed. As it was unleashed, the python hit the protective array formation of the city violently again. In the blink of an eye, its skull hit the light screen of the array formation. A loud boom reverberated, and the array formation vibrated vigorously, cracking even more. It seemed to be on the brink of breaking down, unable to withstand further impact. Once it broke down, it could be imagined that the blood-colored fog in the external environment would rush into the city. It would cover the entire region as if it was devouring it, and envelope all the cultivators inside the new city. As for the consequence, it would be a catastrophe. However, right now, it wasn't just the python clashing with the array formation on the outside. Inside the city, there was a beast tide happening in Fang Jing's zone. With trouble brewing both inside and outside the city, the new city was in chaos. Thankfully, at this crucial juncture, Fang Jing didn't selfishly think about her personal safety. She was also becoming a maniac, activating every person and every resource from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect to put in their all in an attempt to lock down the catacombs. She couldn't lose, nor could let such chaos happen in her zone. She wasn't able to bear with the consequences, and the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect would be implicated as well. She would lose her job. All this made Fang Jing extremely stressed. However, she had long given up all hope. The python in the sky was clearly planning for its third collision with the array formation. As the loud boom reverberated, all the cultivators in the city grew extremely anxious. It was also at this time that Wang Baoli's voice spread throughout the entire city through the broken array formation. Wen Huai, Chen Mu, Li Wanna, the three of you are to support Fang Jing. You have half an hour, and regardless of the consequences, you are to suppress the catacombs. Kong Dao, Jin Duoming, Lin Qianhao, the three of you will lead all the core formation realm cultivators and make the necessary preparations. Your target is the python outside the protective covering of the array formation. I will open the protective array formation to lure the python in before sealing it again. This is a battle we must win. The governor is already aware of this and is on her way here. Wang Baoli's voice was calm and immensely confident. His confidence was also motivating all the cultivators in the city now. However, in reality, this confidence didn't come from the governor. Even though the first thing Wang Baoli did was to inform the governor, he found out that the fog was disrupting all communications, and that no messages could be sent out. As for why he wanted to open the protective shield of the array formation and allow the Python to enter, that was because, even if it wasn't opened, in at most 5 minutes, the array formation would be broken down. Then, not only would the Python rush in, but large amounts of blood-colored fog would also enter. The fog restricts spirits, and once it filled the city, all the cultivators in the city would instantly become commoners. When the Python began killing, there wouldn't be any chance of turning the situation around. Therefore, only by opening the array formation, and allowing the Python to enter could he ride on the sheer number of cultivators to continually expend resources to buy time. This was to delay the crisis from happening and await the right opportunity. This wasn't a difficult choice, but it required one to be bold. In the face of imminent danger, one's instinct would be to block the danger out. Therefore, when Wang Baoli sent out his orders, he wanted others to sense the calmness that was derived from his confidence. This was the only way he could create a collective consciousness for everyone to persevere on. At the same time, Wang Baoli wasn't without a backup plan. After all, this was his city, his eternal fortress. However, the new city was too large. Therefore, in order for it to be transformed into an eternal fortress, time was needed for activation. Right now, as it was in the process of activation, delaying time was of utmost importance. His calm and confident voice had an extremely significant impact on all the anxious cultivators in the new city. It managed to calm countless cultivators. Li Wanna, the deputy city lord, knew that even though her job now was tough, the matters that Wang Baoli had to handle were even more challenging. Therefore, the two of them split up the work. Li Wanna took charge of suppressing the catacombs, while Wang Baoli was in charge of the Python at the perfected core formation realm. There was no time to think too much, and Li Wanna immediately took action after taking a deep breath. When Huayan Liu Daobin acted as well. Even though Chen Mu didn't show up personally, he arranged for his assistants to lead people to join in the suppression. As he was the only one who knew about the plan, the assistants leading the men behaved genuinely in their efforts at suppression. At the same time, Kong Dao also made preparations. There were 3 core formation realm cultivators from the military who were following him. As they protected Kong Dao, they also looked extremely solemn. Behind them, thousands of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and many more True Breath realm cultivators were putting in their utmost effort at this crucial juncture, regardless of their cultivation level. Even if it was just one spell, it could become a true force through unison. Jin Duoming and Lin Qianhao also took action and gathered all their forces. Lin Qianhao was in charge of the 4 Dao colleges, according to Wang Baoli's arrangement. With everything put in place, Wang Baoli, who was standing on the rooftop of his residence, raised his head and was looking at the Python as it banged into the array formation. As the deafening boom reverberated, the cracks in the array formation grew even more prominent. Wang Baoli knew that he couldn't afford to wait anymore. "I'm going all out." Wang Baoli took a deep breath, and a look of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Decisively, as the Python roared and banged into the array formation again, Wang Baoli immediately activated his hand seals and pointed at the array formation. The moment he pointed, the protective array formation of the entire New Mars region turned into something like a water wave. Instantly, numerous ripples were produced, spreading at high speed. As the Python collided while roaring, the spot on the array formation that it clashed into turned into a vortex immediately, which swiftly widened as if a new cavity was formed. The moment the cavity appeared, which was the moment the Python struck, its gigantic skull directly entered the array formation's protection. A flash appeared across Wang Baoli's eyes as he abandoned the idea of trapping the Python within the array formation. It was just too dangerous, and it was very likely that the array formation would break down at an even faster rate as the Python struggled. If there was no fog. Wang Baoli clenched his fist. At that moment, the Python's body wriggled in, becoming clearly visibly. Its body was thousands of feet long and extremely large. It looked more like a tadpole than a python, as its skull was significantly larger than its body. It charged into the array formation, and Wang Baoli shut the array formation again. Kong Dao, who had already made the necessary preparations, revealed an intention to kill in his eyes and acted immediately. Instantly, the True Breath Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators around Kong Dao took out their dharmic artifacts. In unison, rays of spells rose to the sky. As they charged towards the Python, the 3 core formation realm cultivators from the military, as well as the core formation realm cultivators from the 4 Tao colleges and the Trilunaris Corporation, which amounted to 10 people in total, dashed out towards the Python. Lin Qianhao and Jin Duoming took action as well. Under Lin Qianhao's command, and with everything prepared, the cultivators from the 4 Tao colleges also charged. They roared, and they were so loud that it was like thunder reverberating, or like millions of arrows firing at the same time. That was especially so for Jin Duoming, the young master of the Trilunaris Corporation, who was equipped with dharmic artifacts that had high killing power. It was the same for his bodyguards as well. Right now, they unleashed everything with a loud bang. Even his fortress rose into the sky under his control. Disregarding the price and the spirit stones required, it shot at the Python in unison. To Jin Duoming, he felt that it was more important than anything to protect the safety of the new city. After all, the research facility had already approved it. All that he had prepared was ready now, and he wouldn't let the appearance of the Python negate all his previous efforts. Kill this son of a b*tch. Jin Duoming's eyes were bloodshot. As he roared, he gritted his teeth and controlled his fortress. As the fortress attacked, it charged ruthlessly towards the Python and banged into it. Chapter 430, The Trump Cards Are Revealed. Chapter 430, The Trump Cards Are Revealed. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As everyone took action to attack the Python, a glow flashed across the Python's eyes. Its humongous head suddenly turned as it roared in the direction of all the light rays from the numerous spells directed at it from all directions. Roar! The roar was so loud that it could burst one's eardrums and cause them to go deaf. It was as if the heavenly thunder had struck the ground, being governed by an unspoken rule. It was like the force of the heavens and earth hitting the ground, such that the moment it erupted, it immediately formed a wave that spread so quickly that it instantly covered the entire area, clashing directly with the incoming spells. As the loud boom reverberated, the spells released through the dharmic artifacts of the True Breath Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators collided with the waves, and dispersed in all directions. The force of the sound waves was beyond imaginable, covering the entire area in the blink of an eye and making contact with the 10 core formation realm cultivators instantly. Those 10 people were early-stage core formation realm cultivators, and at that moment, they were all gripped in shock. They wanted to resist it, but the difference in their cultivation levels was so significant that crimson-red blood instantly spurted out of their mouths as they retreated. Jin Duoming's fortress was also partially damaged amid the loud boom, but as it was of decent quality, most of it was unscathed and could still continue resisting the Python. However, it was still slowed down. The moment it struck the Python's tail broke apart, producing a shrill sound as it landed on the fortress. A loud boom reverberated once again as the fortress broke apart into countless large metal pieces. As the pieces landed and struck the ground, large holes were formed. That made Jin Duoming, Kong Dao, as well as Lin Qianhao, gasp in shock as they turned pale. The 10 core formation realm cultivators also grew extremely solemn, and several of them anxiously spoke. Its cultivation level and physique are at the level of someone at perfected core formation realm. Such a powerful creature could only be battled by someone whose cultivation is also at perfected core formation realm. The instant that the few core formation realm cultivators began to speak anxiously, the Python revealed a look of scornfulness. Chen Mu's intention, in this moment of thrill and madness, carried some form of formidable energy that led him to control the Python to strike forward agitatedly. Instantly, the Python arrived before the core formation realm cultivators, and even before they could react and retreat, the Python opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed them whole. Shrill cries ended abruptly as the swallowing was done. Crimson-red blood was spewing out everywhere, and this bloody scene made everyone so frightened that they swiftly took a few steps back. However, the Python's speed was so fast that at the instant everyone moved back, it charged forward again like a flash of lightning. A residual image of it was seen as it appeared in front of Jin Duoming, wanting to swallow him. Jin Duoming was aghast with shock and was totally unable to avoid it. Seeing that catastrophe was about to happen before their eyes, the 2 Tao Guardians beside him were also going crazy with anxiety. The Trilunaris Corporation had provided them with many favors, and took care of everyone in their families, young and old, meticulously. They understood that their responsibility lay in protecting Jin Duoming. At that decisive moment, the two of them swiftly charged forward, one of them grabbing hold of Jin Duoming and retreated, while the other gritted his teeth and chose to self-detonate the instant the python arrived. A loud boom reverberated that shook the heavens. A core formation realm cultivator's self-detonation made even the python retreat swiftly. Jin Duoming awakened the instant the loud boom was heard, and his eyes reddened as he cried out pitifully. "Uncle Lee!" Jin Duoming's voice carried a heavy sense of madness and pitifulness. After the python retreated and trembled briefly, it charged towards Kong Dao instead. However, Kong Dao had prepared for it, while the Dao Guardians beside him also put in their utmost effort in resisting it, and it was the same case for Lin Qianhao. However, they were still no match for the python. The loud bang of impact sounded, and Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, as well as their Dao Guardians all vomited fresh red blood out of their mouths. They were forced to step back immediately. In the entire process, yet another core formation realm cultivator was swallowed whole by the python. To the python, everything that happened was insignificant. It turned and charged forward again, this time targeting Lin Qianhao with a look of hatred and determination to kill in its eyes. "Lin Qianhao, you slave of Wang Baoli, I will definitely kill you this time." Chen Mu, who was controlling the python remotely in his seclusion location, was now laughing heartily. He controlled the python and instantly appeared before Lin Qianhao. It opened its mouth, and instantly a powerful suction force appeared, about to swallow Lin Qianhao. However, at that moment, a look of madness was also seen in Lin Qianhao's eyes. As he roared, he pulled off a jade token hanging around his neck, which had been hidden by his top, and pinched it hard. As it was pinched, a blinding glow was produced from the jade token. In that glow, an illusory figure appeared, and it was the figure of Lin Yu, Lin Qianhao's father. It was a specially made life-saving item given by Lin Yu to Lin Qianhao for his Mars journey, especially after the crisis Lin Qianhao had gone through in the cave previously. It encompassed a consciousness of Lin Yu that could activate a spell unleashing all its power at the most crucial juncture. The item was so precious that even someone like Lin Yu could only make one of it. After all, the material of the jade token was unique and rare on Earth. It was obtained by Lin Yu through a fateful encounter, and now that it was activated, a deafening boom reverberated in the surroundings. The illusory Lin Yu raised his right hand, forming an illusory flying sword that slashed forward. The slash of the sword was astounding and extremely brilliant. Everywhere it cut broke apart. The python was so shocked that it quickly retreated, its tail curling up at high speed in its attempt to resist. The moment it made contact, a large crack appeared in the python's tail, revealing the wood grains in it as the rest of its body moved backwards. However, the instant it retreated, Kong Dao gritted his teeth and raised his left hand abruptly, twisting off his right pinky. His right pinky wasn't real flesh and blood but was made of a material that looked like it. In reality, he was missing his right pinky and only had 4 fingers on his right hand. After twisting his pinky off, Kong Dao flailed it, and instantly, a sunlight glow was given off from it, forming a fiery bird that charged towards the python. Based on its aura, the right pinky seemed like a 7th-grade dharmic armament. It was no ordinary 7th-grade dharmic armament, but a perfect 7th-grade dharmic armament. A glow flashed across the eyes of the core formation realm cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges. They stared at the injuries on the python's tail, as well as its actions, and suddenly shouted out loud. "This beast has no life. It's a puppet." Furthermore, the one controlling it is lacking in both cultivation and knowledge. They can only briefly activate the power of the puppet instead of perfectly controlling it. The moment they spoke, all the core formation realm cultivators rushed out. The eyes of Jin Duoming and company were all reddened. As Jin Duoming roared, he raised their left hand, retrieving a battle axe and throwing it to the core formation realm cultivator beside him, who caught hold of it. The core formation realm cultivator's breathing quickened as a result of the strong aura given off by the battle axe, which was an 8th-grade dharmic armament, and he ferociously attacked the python in the air. At the same time, Jin Duoming took out another dharmic armament sword, wielding it in his hand as he roared and slashed at the python. Even with everyone working together at the same time, the python, injured and retreating from Lin Qianhao's attack, was still extremely strong. After all, its cultivation level was similar to that of someone with perfected core formation realm cultivation. Right now, despite the danger, the python still continued attacking. Its body formed blood-colored snowflakes that swept in all directions, forming a blood-colored hurricane that blocked every direction and clashed with Kong Dao's broken finger directly. As a loud boom reverberated, the blood-colored hurricane was about to continue its advancement when all the early-stage core formation realm cultivators unleashed their trump cards to form a spell image that swept ahead. It caused the blood-colored hurricane to be destroyed, and at the same time, the core formation realm cultivator wielding the 8th grade Dharmic armament slashed the axe, resulting in a powerful force that transformed the heavens and earth. As the clouds churned, the force landed directly on the python's head. With a loud bang, the python's head broke apart, revealing large amounts of wood grains. At the same time, Jin Dwuming's sword swept at it and was about to land at the same location. At that moment, a look of humiliation appeared in the python's eyes. Its body trembled, and an astonishing wave was formed from its screams. That scream made everyone spew blood from their mouths as they retreated. The scream incorporated a nomological force that they couldn't resist, causing their bodies to decay and their spirits to tremble. It was as if their spirits were about to be drawn out from their bodies. Having used the scream to force everyone away, the python was about to retreat when its injuries seemed to show signs of healing. Seeing that their previous efforts were about to become futile, Lin Qianhao was indignant. Jin Dwuming's eyes were reddened with rage, while Kong Dao's breathing quickened as he gripped his forefingered right fist. However, just at that moment, a cruiser arrived at high speed from afar. It was so fast that it broke the sound barrier, and leveraging on the speed of the cruiser, a figure leapt from it at an even higher speed, forming a series of afterimages. Looking at it from afar, the figure couldn't be seen in detail. What was seen was that after the person leaped out, a black hurricane was formed from it, transmogrifying into a black crocodile that roared while integrating with the human, forming the shocking imagery of a crocodile swallowing a snake. It directly went past the people who were forced to retreat by the scream and went directly towards the python. It was Wang Baoli. Chapter 431, Beware, the Donkey Lurks. Chapter 431, Beware, the Donkey Lurks. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Previously, Wang Baoli was further away from the area and was busy with resealing the array formation, causing him to be late. However, he was extremely anxious, and therefore rode the cruiser at his highest speed. In addition, the moment he neared, he unleashed all of his physical speed. Leveraging on the speed of his cruiser, as well as his physical speed, he was so fast that he created an afterimage of himself, resulting in an earth-shattering loud boom. The integration of his energy with his saber made the black crocodile ever clearer in the hurricane. Right now, with the loud boom reverberating, he crossed the crowd of people who had been forced to retreat and instantly neared the python. The python's ear-piercing roar had an effect on others, but Wang Baoli could resist the dark art within the roar since he had the dark fire. However, other than the dark art, the python's roar was also boosted by its own cultivation. Therefore, even Wang Baoli felt like his body was going to get torn apart when he closed in on the python. At that moment, the function of the green lotus in his body was completely revealed. Wang Baoli's body showed signs of recovery that occurred at an astounding speed. The moment the tears appeared, they were instantly healed, such that Wang Baoli could narrowly ensure that his body remained undamaged. However, the entire process was extremely painful. Despite that, right now, Wang Baoli had no time to bother about issues like that. He roared loudly, and as everyone was gripped with surprise, he slashed directly at the already injured skull of the python with his saber. The heavens and earth turned dark as the clouds churned in the wind. The slash of the saber, which Wang Baoli had put all his force in, landed on the previous skull injury on the python's head. Looking from afar, one could see a black crocodile biting hard on the injury on the python's head, as if it wanted to tear it out. If it were real flesh and blood, the python would definitely be screaming in pain. However, it was just a puppet that could only instinctively sense it and not feel real pain. Right now, sensing crisis and having its head attacked once again, a look of madness that represented that of Chen Mu was revealed in its eyes. Wang Baoli, die! Chen Mu screamed in his secret seclusion chamber. The python he was controlling roared loudly, and its injured tail swept forcefully towards Wang Baoli as if it wanted to kill him despite having suffered from a serious injury. Everything happened so quickly, in the blink of an eye. Seeing the python's tail fast approaching, a cold look instantly revealed itself in Wang Baoli's eyes, and he immediately uttered a word. Suppress! The moment he said that word, the array formation of the new city was activated despite being damaged. It harnessed an astonishing force that seemed to be able to suppress and imprison the python as it landed on the python's body. In reality, had the city's array formation not been damaged, or had it not had to withstand the decay of the blood-colored fog or the python's attacks, any segment of it would be sufficient to allow the activated array formation to solve the current crisis facing the city. However, as problems showed up consecutively in the three segments, the array formation could only forcefully be activated. Furthermore, Wang Baoli couldn't overstretch its limits. Once the array formation was destroyed, and the blood-colored fog entered, the consequences would be too much to bear. Therefore, he was merely using it as a boost to form the suppressive force. The python, with its tail fast approaching, trembled. Making use of this momentary pause, Wang Baoli sighed softly. Bearing with the pain in his heart, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. He let go of the dharmic armament and moved back, roaring loudly. Explode! The moment Wang Baoli said that, the dharmic armament saber that was lodged in the python's head began to emit a shocking amount of heat. The inscriptions on it instantly became messy, and a sign of destruction spread from within. In the blink of an eye, a frighteningly loud boom reverberated, and the dharmic armament broke into pieces, completely destroyed. The destructive force within it was like a hurricane sweeping towards the python. The fragments from the dharmic armament were shooting in all directions at high speed, with almost all of them piercing the python's head, causing its body to look as if it was about to break into pieces instantly. At the same time, large amounts of blood chi spewed out of its body like fresh blood. Looking from afar, one could see that the black crocodile seemed to be exhibiting its final glory. The instant the dharmic armament self-exploded, it could be seen clearly. It was as if it was resurrected as it expanded without limits, swallowing the python whole. In that instant, the fog churned, and outsiders couldn't see the interior clearly. Instead, they only vaguely saw the python and the crocodile gnawing on each other crazily. The moment when the swallowing and blurriness occurred, a sound that was far louder than before reverberated once again, shaking the entire area. It caused the sky to turn dark and the clouds to churn, and an immensely strong force of impact spread in all directions. Thankfully, Wang Baoli was the one who detonated the dharmic armament. That, coupled with the fact that he was physically strong and could dodge the impact in time while activating the guarding power of the array formation, he managed to escape from the impact. However, he was still affected, and fresh blood spewed out of his mouth as he retreated, beaten. The moment he retreated, which was also the moment the dharmic armament self-exploded, the loud bangs reverberated endlessly. Cracking sounds were finally heard from the python's body, but before everyone could heave a sigh of relief, the python roared while being shrouded in the fog produced from the self-exploded dharmic armament. The roar spread in all directions and was unlike one produced by a beast. Instead, it was more like a shrill scream produced by a maniac. As it reverberated, the severely injured python released more blood-colored fog. The fog didn't spread. Instead, it formed a giant illusory python head which swallowed the black crocodile's body. Everything happened so suddenly that everyone was taken aback. The series of attacks that happened previously were already beyond their imagination, as they were like a deck of trump cards being thrown out. Furthermore, Wang Baoli also sacrificed and detonated his dharmic armament. Despite that, the python still managed to turn the situation around. The huge difference in cultivation levels between the two sides couldn't be bridged by sheer numbers. As everyone reeled in shock, copious amounts of blood chi spread from within the python's body after it devoured the crocodile. The blood chi carried a strong sense of ferocity, and the python's eyes were red with rage. It dashed out of the fog, with its target being Wang Baoli. It didn't produce any sound, but anyone who saw the python seemed to be able to sense that an astonishingly strong intention to kill was emanating from the python's body. It was so fast that even Wang Baoli, who was also speedy and had begun retreating even before the python approached, was easily caught up to by the python. At the same time, the movements in its cultivation occurred on a large scale. Looking from a distance, it seemed to have transformed into a blood-colored sun, burning everything in its path. Wang Baoli's mind buzzed noisily, and his breathing quickened. However, he didn't have the time to make too many considerations. He was too focused on the python, which was fast approaching and growing larger in his eyes by the second. A strong sense of life and death made him instinctively control the array formation in an attempt to block it. Furthermore, even though the new city hadn't been completely transformed, he still subconsciously ordered it to activate the Eternal Fortress. The signs of resistance couldn't be seen by outsiders. In their eyes, Wang Baoli, who was targeted by the Python, had no chance of survival. Be it Jin Duoming, Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, or the surrounding core formation realm cultivators, no one had the ability to assist and save him. It was as if this time, Wang Baoli would die without a doubt. Therefore, the black-robed man, who was originally watching everything from afar, chose to go near. He appeared on the top floor of a nearby building, watching the events that led to Wang Baoli's death unfold. A smile was finally seen on his face, which was covered by his robe. At the same time, a bizarre and greedy look shone in his eyes, and a chilly aura was given off by his body. The reason he chose to go near upon realizing Wang Baoli's impending death was because he wanted to see if there was a chance that he could absorb the dark fire within Wang Baoli's body the moment he died. The black-robed man understood well that the dark fire was the symbol of the Dark Child, and was also the mark of their eligibility. This eligibility couldn't be transferred, but at the death of a Dark Child, there was still a chance that one could absorb the dark fire for themselves. Once I succeed. A strong desire was revealed in the black-robed man's eyes. Unconsciously, he inched nearer. But the moment he neared while looking at the battleground, a sudden change that he had never imagined and never thought about occurred. It wasn't a show of resistance by the array formation, nor was it the activation of the Eternal Fortress. Instead, the moment these two events were about to happen, the Python, which was charging at Wang Baoli with a strong intention to kill and intense ferocity, suddenly stopped 100 feet from Wang Baoli. Its gigantic head suddenly turned, looking in the direction of the black-robed man that no one could see. The moment it turned to look, it extended its tongue and licked its lips. Its lifeless eyes suddenly showed signs of struggling, as if some sort of instinct was being awakened. Chapter 432, The Donkey Wins All. Chapter 432, The Donkey Wins All. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Everything was happening too quickly. Wang Baoli had been prepared to fight with his life. He had been prepared to use his last resort, and transform the entire city into the Eternal Fortress in order to hold the giant Python back. To do so required time. The new city was too big. Its transformation needed to be carried out in steps. After transforming into the Eternal Fortress, its power would increase tremendously. However, the transformation would also inflict great damage to the city. There was no time at present for him to do that. Once he activated the process, the entire new city would be destroyed. This was better than being a sitting duck, though. Wang Baoli had made up his mind to fight with all that he had. However, he hadn't yet realized his plan before the giant python's strange behavior made him pause. Especially, the way the python had stuck its tongue out and licked its lips. It seemed like a perfectly ordinary action, but somehow, Wang Baoli found it extremely familiar. He wasn't the only one who had frozen. Everyone around him had done the same. Even the black-robed man who had been standing nearby had done the same. Shock colored his eyes, and he seemed to be slightly bewildered. As the crowd remained stunned by the giant python's strange move, the struggle in the giant python's eyes disappeared. It was replaced by a sudden bright light. It opened its mouth wide and let loose a piercing roar. Sun. The sound exploded. It seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums. It thundered in all directions. The giant python swerved aside, no longer heading for Wang Baoli but towards the distant sky which, to everyone's eyes, held nothing. It charged in that direction instead. It was very, very fast, faster than it had been before. Its agility and speed surpassed what it had shown previously. It gave the crowd the feeling that it had been controlled by someone else previously and had now come alive. Its astonishing speed, its sudden agility, and its roar all seemed incredible in the eyes of the black-robed man. He wasn't able to escape in time. In the blink of an eye, the giant python approached and opened its wide, gaping mouth. Shock overcame the black-robed man. He tried to fall back hastily, but it was too late. The giant python had clamped its mouth over his body and swallowed him whole. At that moment, inside the Divine Armament catacombs, behind the wall, in the unknown region where the Divine Armament rested, a howl that was immensely ancient, incredibly furious, and unbelievably disbelieving rang out. Impossible! This is impossible! Why would the puppet go out of control? Damn it! How could it see me? How could it hurt my spirit body? That's wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Roaring and howling erupted in the deepest level of the Divine Armament catacombs without pause. If Wang Baoli had been there, he would have been able to hear them. The voice was filled with madness and disbelief. It was filled with incredulity. The true form of the black-robed man was unable to discern the reason why his clone had been devoured. Everything had been going well. His plan had been moving along flawlessly. He had been about to reap the rewards when, at that precise moment, something unexpected had happened. This might have been an accident. However, the black-robed man didn't know that since the first day he had entered the new city, a donkey had sensed his presence and had been tracking his scent. It had been hunting him since then. At present, inside the new city, the giant python had just swallowed the black-robed man, which nobody had been able to see. Then, it swung its tail in mid-air and turned around abruptly. Its eyes shone with satisfaction. Then, it noticed Wang Baoli. It shrunk its neck back and displayed a look of innocence in its eyes instinctively. It seemed sheepish. It seemed afraid of Wang Baoli finding out that it had just eaten something incredibly delicious. Wang Baoli had long gone into a dazed stupor. The earlier braying still rang in his ears. In his bewilderment, he saw the expression on the giant python's face. The same sense of incredulity that the black-robed man had experienced flooded Wang Baoli's mind. That cry and that expression were simply too familiar to Wang Baoli. He couldn't help his next words. Scram? As soon as Wang Baoli said that, inside Chen Mu's place of seclusion, blue veins popped out from Chen Mu's face. He let loose a furious roar. Madness colored his eyes, and his hands formed a series of hand seals as he tried to wrestle control of the puppet back. Everything had been going well despite a few hiccups. However, he had suddenly lost control of the puppet. It was as if someone had snatched control away from him. This drove Chen Mu mad. He couldn't simply take that lying down. He tried to fight back, but the will that had stolen the reins of the puppet was simply too strong. He couldn't regain control. Chen Mu howled again. My puppet! No one is allowed to take it away from me. Howling, he pulled out the small drum that controlled the puppet. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a fragment of blood that contained his cultivation and his vitality onto the drum. Blood stained the little drum, causing his control over it to surge. Chen Mu saw his action taking effect and sent caution to the winds. He spat out another 3 mouthfuls of blood containing his very life energy and vitality. With every mouthful of blood, wrinkles appeared on his face. When he spat out the 4th mouthful, he was no longer the young man he was but had a head full of white hair and looked 50 years old. The effects proved great. As blood stained the small drum, on the battlefield, the giant python, which had heard Wang Baoli's words and was about to respond, suddenly shuddered. The light in its eyes that belonged to the donkey dimmed. The crazed look that belonged to Chen Mu reappeared and replaced it. The donkey didn't give up though. It seemed unwilling to be shoved aside and tried to fight back. The giant python shuddered and trembled, seeming slightly mad. Clear signs of struggle appeared in its eyes. Through its eyes, the crowd around it could see the inner world within the giant python. There were tens of thousands of blood-colored souls within. These blood-colored souls were weaving around a donkey that was clearly many times larger than them. They appeared to be suppressing it and trying to devour it. The donkey seemed larger and stronger, but the blood-colored souls numbered too many. The donkey gradually slid towards the losing end. The sight alarmed the surrounding people. There was no one to explain the situation to them, but they instantly knew that someone had used some form of means to either exploit or gather those souls to form the puppet. The donkey had been one of those victims. The mastermind behind all this had used the souls to complete his control over the puppet and to achieve the earlier destruction and massacre. That had been until the donkey had awoken and begun the fight for control. It was clear to them all that they had to prevent the mastermind from regaining control over the puppet. Else, with the infallibility of the puppet, they had no means of fighting back and destroying it. They would all be killed. As these thoughts flooded their minds, Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. He said quickly and without hesitation, "Scram, if you lose this fight, you'll never get to eat anything for the rest of your life." As soon as Wang Baoli said that, the donkey clearly shuddered. It went mad and tried to fight itself free from the blood-colored soul's stranglehold. It tried to wrestle control of the puppet back. Wang Baoli saw the effect his words had and grew excited. "Scram, give it your all. If you win, I'll reward you with sumptuous meals for an entire month. For 1 entire month. You get to eat whatever you want to eat. You can eat to your heart's content." This clearly provoked and excited the donkey more. The donkey, in its sudden excitement, intensified its struggling. It began to show signs of winning the battle. But Chen Mu appeared unwilling to give up. He spat out another mouthful of blood and turned the tide in his favor again. No one could see what Chen Mu had done, but everyone could see that the donkey was being suppressed. At that moment, Kong Dao gritted his teeth. Decisiveness flashed across his eyes. He patted the beast bag on him. Instantly, White Phoenix appeared. "Donkey, as long as you win this, from now on, from this moment on, what happens between you and White Phoenix? I won't stand between the two of you anymore." His words were like the ultimate killer attack. The donkey's eyes reddened, and its power erupted. It unleashed its full potential as it roared. It trampled over the blood-colored souls that were Chen Mu's will and wiped them out. It overpowered them and once again took control over the puppet. As soon as it took control, the small blood-colored drum before Chen Mu exploded, tearing into shreds. He suffered the backlash from the explosion as well. Chen Mu let out a pained cry. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his body shriveled. Only his eyes continued to shine with a fierce resentment and madness. No. He was resentful. He lost to a donkey. He was mad with regret. He shouldn't have touched the donkey. He never expected the donkey to absorb tens of thousands of dandelions, to not only survive, but become the master of the puppet. I can't accept this. Chapter 433, An Expert. Chapter 433, An Expert. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Chen Mu's vision turned black as he spat blood out. The backlash had been too great. His anger had surged straight to his heart. He tilted sideways and passed out. While Chen Mu lay unconscious, on the battlefield in the new city, everyone, including Wang Baoli, was staring with their eyes wide and their mouths open at the giant python. Even though they could sense that Wang Baoli's donkey had taken control over the puppet, they remained wary of the giant python, which had shown itself to be overly violent and vicious. As the crowd watched warily and cautiously, and as Wang Baoli's breathing steadied, the giant python that had been taken over by the donkey suddenly shuddered. It started to shrink. The outer form of the giant python vanished as it grew smaller and smaller. Finally, out popped 4 legs. The head of the giant python shrank and grew longer. The entire transformation took but the span of 24 breaths or so. The giant python vanished completely and reappeared before everyone in the form of the donkey. The donkey shook itself as its eyes regained clarity. It lowered its head and inspected its body. There was a lost look in its eyes. It was as if what had happened earlier had been a dream and it had just woken up. It was still unaccustomed to what had just happened. It saw the many strange gazes the people around it were giving it, and its eyes widened. It leaped and appeared beside Wang Baoli. It seemed wary and at the same time, tried to put on a look of innocence. It stared at Wang Baoli and nudged its head against his calf, as if to gain Wang Baoli's favor. It had on an appearance of complete obedience, as if imploring Wang Baoli not to eat it. Wang Baoli instinctively sent his foot kicking. Then, he recalled how terrifying the giant python had been and hesitated. He was afraid that the donkey might just transform after a single kick. The donkey's not that bad. I shouldn't always hit it. This isn't because I'm afraid. Wang Baoli consoled himself. The sheepishness he was feeling inside still flooded him in waves, the torrents making him feel unbearable. The donkey had transformed itself from a mere rifle into a cannon and was no longer the same donkey. Wang Baoli was afraid that if he kept abusing it, it might turn on him and reverse the abuse. His cultivation was only at the perfected foundation establishment realm, while the giant python was at the perfected core formation realm. The chasm separating them made Wang Baoli feel like the sun in this power relationship. As Wang Baoli sulked, the rest around him remained cautious. Those who had their comrades killed by the giant python felt a myriad of emotions. The donkey was equally nervous. It could feel the murderous intent in the eyes of some of the people around it, and its master hadn't kicked it, which was rare. Its young spirit shuddered. It felt a strong sense of danger, and terror colored its eyes. It thought about the many times Wang Baoli had spoken about killing it and eating it, and a sudden thought flooded its mind. It panicked and tried its best to please Wang Baoli, even sticking its tongue out and licking Wang Baoli's hand. The donkey's licking annoyed Wang Baoli, but the donkey seemed overly nervous and frightened. It drawled buckets and turned Wang Baoli's hand into a wet mess with its licking. Wang Baoli glared at it. He couldn't control himself and kicked the donkey out of habit. Wang Baoli immediately realized what he had done as soon as his leg flew out. He wanted to pull his leg back, but the donkey's eyes flashed. It released a sudden burst of speed, not to avoid the kick, but to dash straight into it. It was sent flying a short distance away. An odd expression overtook Wang Baoli's face at that sight. The donkey seemed reassured. As long as it got its beating, things would turn out all right. It happily pranced along and started braying. Son. Son. Wang Baoli's heart softened at the donkey's braying. However, he had noticed the complicated looks in some of the cultivators' eyes, and the murderous intent they had been exuding. He knew that the donkey could easily incur the wrath of others due to its role in this incident. It had nothing to do with the donkey, but such public anger was something that was difficult to get rid of. The difference between the giant python's overpowering strength and the sudden obedience the donkey was showing could easily lead the public into venting their anger on the latter. Countless thoughts surfaced in Wang Baoli's head. The gears started spinning furiously. He took one large step out and stood before the donkey, kicking it again and roaring furiously. "You still know how to bray?" "Ah!" The donkey cried out as it was kicked. It didn't hurt, but crying out had become instinctive to it. As soon as it screamed, Wang Baoli grabbed hold of its long ear and gave it a thrashing. The donkey shuddered. It felt something was amiss and was about to struggle when Wang Baoli quickly gave it the stink eye. "You may be innocent, you might have been swallowed by the giant python and is a victim as well, but everyone is feeling terrible now. You still dare to continue braying?" Wang Baoli roared. He punched and kicked the donkey. He wasn't putting up a performance but was giving the donkey a genuine beating. The donkey felt wronged. Then, it saw the look in Wang Baoli's eyes. It seemed to have understood something and started to cry out with all it had. It even started weeping and begging for its life. "There's no use in begging. Even though you contributed the most to saving us all, even though we'd all be goners without you, I still have to beat you. And, even though you successfully wrestled control of the puppet, saved the new city from imminent danger, and saved all our lives, I still have to teach you a lesson." Wang Baoli continued hitting the donkey while observing the rest. The donkey seemed to have understood what was going on and cried more loudly. It looked pitiful. The scene shocked everyone around them. Gradually, strange expressions overtook their faces. They all realized what Wang Baoli was trying to do. He was trying to tell them indirectly that this had nothing to do with the donkey. In fact, the donkey had done all of them a great favor and saved their lives. Besides, he was already teaching it a lesson. They shouldn't target their anger and wrath on the donkey unreasonably. The messages he was trying to put across were no longer subtle hints but explicit declarations. Those with comrades who had perished in the battle fell silent, sighing inwardly. Wang Baoli saw the expressions on their faces and finally set his heart at ease. He had to go through with the entire act, though. He kicked the donkey again and gave it another look. Then, he raised his right hand. Instantly, his dharmic armament sword appeared in his hand. He grabbed the donkey's head, his sword in the other hand, and shouted, "My fellow Taoists, this donkey might have saved our lives, we might owe it a great debt, it might be a victim as well, but the giant python has devoured too many cultivators. I have to kill this innocent donkey and avenge their deaths. As soon as Wang Baoli said that, Lin Qianhao immediately stepped forward with a serious look on his face. He said loudly, City Lord, you can't do that, the donkey is innocent. We shouldn't be unleashing our anger on it. The people from the 4 Dao colleges all had strange expressions on their faces as they stepped forward hurriedly as well. They tried to stop Wang Baoli. Kong Dao sighed, also saying a few words himself. Even though everyone knew that this was merely a performance, they also understood what Wang Baoli was trying to do. Jin Duoming smiled wryly as well. He knew that Wang Baoli was doing this mainly because of him, but Jin Duoming wasn't someone who didn't see reason. He said solemnly, Baoli, you can't blame this on the donkey. It's done a great service. As soon as Jin Duoming said that, the core formation realm cultivator next to him took a deep breath as well. He sighed as he stared at the donkey. This donkey is extraordinary. After fusing with the puppet, it managed to break free of the puppet's control, devour the other, and gain control instead. It trampled over the plans of the mastermind. Everything the mastermind has done has been for nothing. It has only benefited the donkey. It seems like it's only at the Foundation establishment realm, but who knows, maybe it might be able to transform one day into a giant python, at the perfected core formation realm. As he spoke, the core formation realm cultivator turned and looked at Wang Baoli. He didn't hide the envy in his eyes. He wasn't the only one, everyone else was the same. Even if they were on Earth, even if it were the President Duan Muke, he too would be filled with envy at this moment. After all, this was a war beast that could transform into a perfected core formation realm beast. Everyone was already imagining the price Wang Baoli's donkey was going to fetch after news of this incident broke. It was already quite valuable, but after today, its value would likely skyrocket. This is an expert. Lin Qianhao sucked in a deep breath and gasped. It's just too incredible. Jin Duoming came to the same realization instantly. As he muttered under his breath, his eyes shone. He began considering whether he should speak to Wang Baoli again, and find out whether he had any chance of buying such an incredible expert from Wang Baoli. Chapter 434, Attack Chen Mu. Chapter 434, Attack Chen Mu. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli saw that the crowd had seen reason and that no one was going to publicly accuse the donkey of any wrongdoing. He was extremely pleased with his methods. He had been about to kick the donkey again, instinctively, but then he had heard what Lin Qianhao and Jin Duoming had said. He couldn't quite get himself to carry on with that kick. The giant python had a considerable impact on him. He was worried that he might accidentally push the donkey into transforming with one kick. What should he do then? He thought about his position as the donkey's master. He shouldn't be so violent and should instead shower small animals with care. He pulled his leg back and patted the donkey lovingly on its head. His tenderness scared the donkey. It had been feeling better earlier after sensing the murderous intent fading from the eyes of the people around it. However, the tender and caring expression on Wang Baoli's face that followed swiftly after made it shudder instantly. Fear shone in its eyes. Wang Baoli could see the look on the donkey's face clearly. Exasperated, he kicked the donkey again. It flew a short distance, rolled over, and got to its feet. It seemed more at ease and a lot happier. What's wrong with this creature? Wang Baoli was torn between bursting out into laughter and weeping. He received a voice transmission from Li Wana. The catacombs that had appeared in Fang Jing's autonomous zone was now under control. The crisis that had taken the new city by surprise had been partially resolved. It wasn't yet fully resolved because they hadn't yet found the mastermind behind this attack. The cultivators around Wang Baoli might no longer be angry at the donkey, but they were still hungry for revenge. They had murder in their eyes and needed an outlet to vent their anger. They wanted vengeance. Wang Baoli knew this, and the cultivators around him understood as well. However, the mastermind was hidden from their view. Finding him would be a challenge. Wang Baoli hadn't managed to find him with his array formation in the past. However, at present, things seem to have changed. Scram, get over here. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He immediately turned and stared at the donkey. The donkey remained secretly cautious, but it still ran hurriedly towards Wang Baoli, merrily and obediently. It wagged its tail furiously, as if trying to convey the message that it was doing exactly what it was told and asking for its life to be spared. Where did you get into trouble? Can you find the person who tried to control you? Wang Baoli patted the donkey on its head and asked. The cultivators around them all stared at the donkey. The donkey blinked. It seemed to know what Wang Baoli was saying. It concentrated and appeared to be extending its senses outwards. Its nose started sniffling. Wang Baoli frowned. He had a growing suspicion that one of the donkey's parents must have been some form of giant dog-like monster. The crowd didn't have to wait long. The donkey's eye soon flashed. It brayed at Wang Baoli and immediately dashed ahead in a particular direction. An icy glint flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. Murderous intent rose in his heart and showed on his face. He didn't hesitate and immediately followed the donkey. Jin Duoming did the same. The core formation realm cultivator who had died had been his protector. The man had treated him with great kindness. Jin Duoming might appear to have resumed his normal self, but his heart had been simmering with murderous intent. He followed swiftly behind Wang Baoli. Kong Dao and Lin Qianhao did the same. Their hate towards the mastermind was intense. They also had men who had died and had used the invaluable ultimate attacks that they had kept as a last resort. They wouldn't simply let this matter rest. Every Foundation establishment realm cultivator and cultivators of higher cultivation realms soon followed. They marched forth like a vast army. The donkey was swift. As Wang Baoli followed behind it, his breathing began to quicken. He almost couldn't control his murderous rage when he realized where the donkey was headed. It was towards Chen Mu's autonomous zone. Wang Baoli wasn't the only one who had realized that. Lin Qianhao, Kong Dao, and Jin Duoming had all realized what was going on. They didn't hesitate. The murderous intent exuding from their persons grew stronger. The army was like a sharp sword hungering for blood. They sped through the new city and charged into Chen Mu's autonomous zone. There were still plenty of 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators inside the autonomous zone, but their numbers had significantly reduced. They saw Wang Baoli and his army. They didn't know why the latter was here, but they had heard about the crisis that had befallen the city. Every one of them was alarmed by the overpowering aura exuding from Wang Baoli and his army of cultivators. They hastily fell back and didn't dare stop them. Not all did the same, however. There were still some 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators who were alarmed when they saw Wang Baoli and his people, and tried to stop them from advancing further. Stop, our young master has instructed that no one is to enter these grounds. As soon as they spoke, before Wang Baoli could react, Jin Duoming hollered. To hell with your young master. He charged out, dharmic armament in hand. The 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators who had stood before them cried out in pain and fell back instantly. Chen Mu, if you're really the one who's behind all this, I, Jin Duoming, will skin you alive. Jin Duoming's eyes were red. The members of the 5th-generation Sky Clan around him stared and hesitated. Wang Baoli's cold voice, firm and authoritative, rang in their ears. All cultivators, here are your orders. Those who try to stand in the way of the law, execute them on the spot. Jin Duoming's violent attack had shocked the 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators and frozen them in their tracks, but he couldn't stop the urge in them to retaliate. Wang Baoli hadn't attacked, but his status and his authority had laced his words with ice. The members of the 5th-generation Sky Clan all hesitated. They felt compelled to fall back. They weren't truly afraid of Jin Duoming and the others, but after what the 5th-generation Sky Clan had gone through during the lunar incident, the legend of Wang Baoli's violent streak had spread within the clan. Without his knowledge, Wang Baoli had become a fearsome entity inside the hearts of many 5th-generation Sky Clan members. As his words echoed in the air, the 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators all fell silent. They didn't try to stop them. They allowed Wang Baoli and his group of cultivators to follow the racing donkey, and approach where Chen Mu had gone into seclusion. They drew closer and closer. As they were about to reach where Chen Mu had gone into seclusion, Chen Mu, who had passed out earlier, seemed to instinctively sense the danger that was about to approach. His eyes opened suddenly and struggled to sit up. His eyes looked lost. He soon recalled what had happened prior to his losing consciousness, and his breathing grew heavy. Wang Baoli! He roared. He hated that donkey, but he hated Wang Baoli even more. The donkey belonged to Wang Baoli, after all. However, despite the hatred flooding his heart, he still had to consider the consequences of his actions. Things would have turned out fine if he had succeeded. But he had failed. He could imagine the fate that would befall him if they found out that he had been the one pulling the puppet's strings. That's not possible. No one would realize it's me. Chen Mu consoled himself. The backlash had been too strong, and his vision was still slightly blurry after he had come to. He panted and pulled out a pill, then swallowed it. He was about to get to his feet and make the necessary preparations, but as soon as he stood up, a loud thunder boomed and exploded above his head. It was like the crashing of thunder, and it almost caused Chen Mu's eardrums to burst. Alarm flashed across his face as he retreated hastily. The ceiling above his head shattered into pieces. The secret chamber that he was in split into several parts in that instant. The walls and ceiling collapsed, exposing him in the open. As the explosion erupted, Jin Duoming's silhouette appeared first. He had been the one to slice the residents into parts with his sword. As shattered stone rained on them, Wang Baoli, Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, and the surviving core formation realm cultivators appeared around the collapsed secret chamber littered with shattered stone. Jin Duoming, what are you doing? Are you trying to start a war between the Trilunaris Corporation and the 5th-generation Sky Clan? Chen Mu hastily stepped aside. However, he was already in a weakened state. He didn't manage to avoid the attack completely and spat out a mouthful of blood. He leaned against a shattered slab of stone as he secretly quaked inside. He tried his best not to show his fear on his face as he barked out a fierce order immediately. 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators, at my command. As soon as he spoke, the 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators who had been stopped earlier appeared despite their fear of Wang Baoli and his army. They surrounded Wang Baoli and his party. The core formation realm cultivators from the 5th-generation Sky Clan also approached instantly. Chen Mu, you wish to speak for the 5th-generation Sky Clan? Fine. You controlled a puppet and revolted against the Federation. The Federation will get to the bottom of this. Jin Duoming laughed, and his eyes narrowed into slits. His voice was chilly, but he was slightly hesitant deep down. After all, he had no proof. It had been the donkey that had led them here. The relationship between Wang Baoli and Chen Mu had been fraught with conflict. There was a possibility of Wang Baoli trying to use this as an excuse to kill Chen Mu. That's slander. Chen Mu grew furious when he heard that. His breathing quickened. His eyes reddened. He glared at Jin Duoming, then turned and stared at Wang Baoli. Chapter 435, for the Governor's deliberation, please. Chapter 435, for the Governor's deliberation, please. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I've been injured during my cultivation earlier and have been recovering from my injuries. You'll say anything to make it seem like I've done something wrong. Besides, Wang Baoli, I've merely found out about the illicit affair you've been having with my fiancée and have gotten hold of evidence of your adultery. Are you trying to silence me for that? Chen Mu seemed extremely aggrieved. In his madness, he pulled out a jade slip and shouted. If that's the case, I'll show everyone what you, the adulterous couple, have done. Chen Mu howled. He was about to activate the jade slip when a party of people came charging from afar. Amongst them was a pale-faced figure that almost stumbled. She was Li Wanna. A load of rubbish. Just as Chen Mu was about to activate the jade slip, Wang Baoli, with a stormy expression on his face, stepped forward swiftly. Chen Mu had no chance to react before Wang Baoli was right in his face. Wang Baoli raised his right hand suddenly and swept it forward. It landed loudly on Chen Mu's chest. Chen Mu spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. The jade slip in his hand shook from Wang Baoli's attack and shattered into pieces. Wang Baoli! Are you trying to destroy the evidence because you're afraid? Silence! Wang Baoli turned, a murderous aura erupting from his person suddenly. It rose to the skies. He stared coldly at Chen Mu, suspicion and doubt flickering across his eyes. The blood that Chen Mu had spat out seemed too little. The paleness of his face didn't seem to be from injury but from extensive blood loss. A thought flashed across Wang Baoli's mind. He said coolly. Revolting against the new city and against the Federation. Falsifying evidence in order to protect oneself. These all point towards a flaw in your character. Such false evidence is merely an eyesore. Of course, I have to destroy it. You harbored ill intentions and worked with unknown entities. You killed your fellow Federation cultivators and tried to mess around with our senses. Chen Mu, you would do anything to escape incrimination. Fine, you're not going to admit to your crimes, are you? Murder colored Wang Baoli's eyes. He raised his right hand and waved it towards a pile of collapsed stone nearby. A sudden force overturned the shattered rocks, revealing beneath them a shattered, small blood-colored drum. The small drum gave off the stench of blood and exuded an evil aura. It was weak but present. Upon closer examination, one would find that it was the same aura as that of the giant python. Everyone was alarmed. They all turned and stared at Chen Mu. Jin Duoming and those whose comrades had perished in the earlier battle stared at Chen Mu with murder in their eyes. The blood inside this thing. It's yours, isn't it? Wang Baoli's eyes flashed as he said abruptly. As soon as the words rang out, alarm colored Chen Mu's face. He instinctively staggered back, his breathing quickening. This was the best possible and strongest evidence that one could produce. Chen Mu's face was pale. Alarm and fear were clear on his face. He retreated hastily, shouting. 5 Generation Sky Clan cultivators, protect me! He immediately fell back and was about to plan his exit. As soon as he spoke, however, Wang Baoli roared. It was like thunder crashing from the heavens. 5 Generation Sky Clan, any move taken by anyone would be seen as a revolt. That's treason against the Federation, an immense crime. As soon as Wang Baoli's words rang out in the air, he dashed forward in a sudden burst of speed. It was even more astonishing than the speed he had displayed before. Within the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the retreating Chen Mu. He lifted his right leg and kicked out. There was a thunderous boom. A sudden force surged outward. As the surrounding 5 Generation Sky Clan members remained stunned and hesitant, Chen Mu's blood spilled from his mouth again. He let out a cry of agony. Wang Baoli had kicked him directly in the crotch. He flew into the air and landed in front of Jin Duoming. He had already been seriously injured, and Wang Baoli's kick had been too vicious, so he had passed out again. Blood seeped through his clothes. It was clear that this kick had castrated Chen Mu. Wang Baoli harbored an intense hatred towards Chen Mu as well. The latter had ill intentions towards him, and he had not only targeted Wang Baoli but Shui Yifan as well. He had long wanted to kill Chen Mu. Chen Mu had tried to turn the new city upside down and kill Wang Baoli. He had resorted to desperate measures in his final moments. He deserved to be castrated. Everything that had happened had resulted in Wang Baoli barely keeping a rein on his murderous intent. It had resulted in that vicious kick, but it had only castrated Chen Mu. Wang Baoli wasn't a fool, he knew what awaited Chen Mu. There was no need for him to kill the man prematurely. The rest around him seemed to share similar thoughts. Jin Duoming narrowed his eyes. He waved the dharmic armament in his right hand and chopped Chen Mu's right arm off. Blood spurted out. The agonizing pain of having his right arm sliced off drove Chen Mu right back into consciousness, screaming. The pain from his lower body and his arm was driving him mad, but he was in no position to go crazy. He could only continue screaming in pain. The donkey was furious too. It snuck its way near without anyone noticing and sent its hoof into Chen Mu's injured crotch. That hoofed kick was like piling snow onto a glacier. Chen Mu's scream took on a different pitch. His entire body shuddered before he passed out again. Kong Dao and Lin Qianhao had wanted to join as well, but the scene made their faces twitch. They stared at the donkey, then at Wang Baoli, and didn't join in. Li Wanna eyed the donkey from afar. It was the first time she was looking at the donkey with tenderness and liking in her eyes. It was clear that she had found the final kick from the donkey extremely satisfying. The cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan might have found the scene unbearable, but they knew that this was going to be another disaster for the 5-generation Sky Clan. Their heads were all throbbing. Unfortunately, the world outside the city was besieged by blood-colored winds and all communications had been cut off. They had no means of contacting the family clan. City Lord Li. As the members of the 5-generation Sky Clan panicked and fretted, Wang Baoli pretended not to have seen the final blow the donkey had delivered and said coolly. Li Wana immediately lifted her head. She took a few steps forward, gave Wang Baoli a deep, meaningful look, and bowed. City Lord. According to the Federation laws, which are also the laws Mars abides by, Chen Mu has staged a revolt against the Federation. He tried to overthrow his superiors and stage a coup. What should be his punishment? He should be executed. We will have to dig to the bottom of this. Li Wana didn't waver or hesitate. Her voice was firm. Wang Baoli was very pleased with her reply. His eyes grew colder when he turned and stared at the unconscious Chen Mu. Chen Mu and the political force backing Chen Mu had gone too far too many times. It was similar to him having a house. He agreed to someone entering and visiting his house, and even treated the latter cordially with good food and drinks, but that someone continued to overstay and wouldn't leave. That would have been fine, but he had even tried to amend the house deed and change the name of the owner. That someone had even tried to kill him. This was the behavior of a bandit. And the way to treat a bandit was to give him a severe thrashing. He immediately declared, "Arrest Chen Mu. After the blood winds have died down, report immediately to the governor and to the Federation. I want the 5-generation Sky Clan to answer to the millions of cultivators of my new city. I want them to answer for every single life lost. I want them to answer to law and justice." Wang Baoli's voice was strong and powerful. It echoed in the air. At the same time, the blood-colored winds and mist that had spread across half the Martian planet gradually weakened after the black-robed man was devoured by the donkey and after Chen Mu's failed coup. The next day, after Chen Mu's arrest, the mist finally cleared up. With the re-establishment of communications, Li Wana immediately reported this incident to her father. She also reported to the governor and the Federation about Chen Mu's coup. Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, and Jin Duoming also exerted the full extent of their influence. Even Fang Jing seemed to have come to her senses. She realized that the appearance of the catacombs within her zone couldn't have been a coincidence. She contacted her sect angrily as well. When Hui saw what was going on and knew that he had to make a stand, he immediately contacted his sect and reported this matter for his sect's deliberation. As soon as this incident was made known, it caused an uproar in the various political forces on Mars and in the Federation. The association between the Martian mists and this incident had intensified the seriousness of this matter. It was clear that Chen Mu had some connection with the Divine Armament catacombs. They had worked together. There was no way that the Martian mists were a coincidence. The Martian colony governor had Chen Mu taken away and imprisoned within the main Martian city. The trial was carried out jointly with the Federation and the various political forces. The trial wasn't made public. It was carried out internally. The final sentence, Chen Mu was to be sentenced to death. Throughout the entire trial, the 5-generation Sky Clan didn't speak for Chen Mu, not even once. They were very cooperative. Chen Mu had also stated firmly that this had been his idea all along and that it had nothing to do with his family clan. However, everyone knew what was going on. This implicated too many political forces and angered too many people. There was a need for compensation and an answer. As a result, the 5-generation Sky Clan had to compensate great quantities of materials and resources. The compensation went towards the new city as well. The 5-generation Sky Clan ate from the loss. They resented Chen Mu's actions. After all, while they had agreed to his plans, he had only had to kill Wang Baoli and a few other people of little importance. There had been no need for him to offend everyone. Even if he had offended everyone, everything would have turned out fine if he had succeeded. But he had failed. The 5-generation Sky Clan was frustrated beyond relief. Wang Baoli knew that. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the Martian colony governor. "Governor, in order to put down Chen Mu, I self-destructed 10 8th-grade Dharmic armaments. All the cultivators in the new city can vouch for me. Please speak for your subordinate and help me seek compensation from the 5-generation Sky Clan. Chapter 436, A Gang of Robbers. Chapter 436, A Gang of Robbers. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The governor was rendered speechless when faced with Wang Baoli's impossible demands. However, she wasn't going to be the one having to pay for the compensation. She told Wang Baoli that she would direct her request to the Federation. As for his chances of success, she had no idea. Wang Baoli had only been trying his luck. His eyes lit up when he saw that the governor didn't refuse his request. His anticipation grew. As he looked forward to the response, the 5-generation Sky Clan was going mad. The head of the Chen family, especially, flew into a rage in the Chen family's residence. He almost went mad with rage. Robbers, they're a gang of robbers. That bastard Lin Yu. He said that his son self-destructed 30 dharmic armaments. Damn him to hell. His son? I doubt he himself has so many dharmic armaments. And there's that undying old fart Jin. He said that his own Jin Duoming self-destructed 7 9th-grade dharmic armaments. I'll be a fool if I believe that. You'd think that 9th-grade dharmic armaments could be easily found everywhere. The Martian military is equally shameless. They said that Kong Dao self-destructed 20 dharmic armaments. That's not the end of it. The President Duan Muk personally criticized them and said that Kong Dao didn't self-destruct that many, he only self-destructed 6, a president of that rank and status playing along with the rest and adding fuel to the fire. That Wang Baoli as well. He dared to say that he self-destructed 10 8th-grade dharmic armaments. The head of the Chen family clan simmered with rage. He simply couldn't afford it all. The 5-generation Sky Clan couldn't afford it all. As he boiled in his fury, his voice transmission ring vibrated as it received the latest demands for compensation from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect. They mentioned dharmic armaments as well. It was like the spark that lit the fuse. The head of the Chen family clan exploded. In the name of the 5-generation Sky Clan, he announced the demands he had received to the Martian administration and to the Federation President. He asked a final question. Would a perfected core formation realm puppet require the joint self-destruction of 3 9th-grade dharmic armaments, dozens of 8th-grade dharmic armaments, and more than 100 7th-grade dharmic armaments before it could be put down? Duan Muk had an odd expression on his face when he saw the demands made public. The Martian colony governor blinked as well. Everyone had only known their own demands. They hadn't known what the other parties had asked for. As the 5-generation Sky Clan's announcement was made known to all the political forces, similar thoughts flashed across everyone's minds. Wang Baoli had also received the announcement from the 5-generation Sky Clan through the governor. He sucked in a deep breath when he saw the demands from the rest. That's brutal, none of their dharmic armaments exploded, only mine did. Wang Baoli instantly felt as innocent and naive as a little white bunny when compared to the others. At present, Kong Dao, Jin Duoming, and Lin Qianhao were all feeling slightly sheepish. The political forces backing them didn't falter though. This tug-o-war continued for quite some time. Finally, Duan Muk stepped in. The matter was finally resolved. The 5-generation Sky Clan would compensate for the new city with large quantities of resources. This was akin to a fine for the destruction caused by Chen Mu. They would also hand over an 8th-grade dharmic armament and 15 7th-grade dharmic armaments. Wang Baoli got his hands on the 8th-grade dharmic armament, while the remaining 7th-grade dharmic armaments were divided amongst the others. The matter finally came to an end. The final fate that awaited Chen Mu was also decided. After being tried by the Federation, he was sentenced to death. His arranged marriage with Li Wana was invalidated as well. No one mentioned it again. Chen Mu left a mayor's position vacant. Wang Baoli seized the opportunity immediately and recommended Shui Yifan for the position. It wasn't immediately approved, but Wang Baoli staked a firm claim over this office. With Li Yi and Chen Mu as precedents, the various political forces had begun to understand Wang Baoli better. They knew that as long as Wang Baoli didn't agree to it, no matter whom they sent as a replacement, there was a great chance of said replacement meeting the same fate as his predecessors. divine armament New City suddenly resumed an unprecedented calm and peace. The Martian colony governor and the Federation had dispatched inspectors to examine the donkey as well. They found strong energies that rivaled a perfected core formation realm cultivator inside the donkey, but the donkey seemed unable to transform at will. It seemed as if the power residing within it was asleep. The 4 Tao colleges stepped forward and vouched for the donkey in the end. That was how the donkey could remain at Wang Baoli's side and wasn't taken away. The donkey's presence meant that Wang Baoli, to a certain degree, would be recategorized as one of the Federation's most powerful cultivators. He might not be seen as a fully legitimate member of this group, but he took up at least half a head count. As everything came to an end, and as the new city resumed its peace and quiet, Wang Baoli finally received his 8th grade Dharmic armament from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. It wasn't a weapon, but a set of armor. When worn, it would form a protective barrier that could resist and defend against the attacks of powerful cultivators. Amongst 8th grade Dharmic armaments, weapons that possessed offensive capabilities were naturally valued more highly than armor, but defensive armor was extremely rare. They were even rarer amongst 8th grade Dharmic armaments and beyond. It was difficult to judge which was more valuable. It all boiled down to the user's needs. The 5th-generation Sky Clan was clearly unwilling to hand over any offensive weapons. That was why they had chosen to give away the armor instead. Wang Baoli had no complaints with that. He preferred armor, in fact. An 8th grade Dharmic armament requires one to have at least a core formation realm cultivation before one can wield it perfectly. I'll find it challenging to unleash its full power if they'd given me a weapon. I wouldn't be able to wield it as well as a 7th grade Dharmic armament. When Wang Baoli received the armor, he immediately inspected it. Based on his proficiency in refining artifacts, he verified that there was indeed nothing wrong with the armor. He quickly put it on. He patted the armor all over and was extremely pleased. It's a pity the saber was destroyed. I must make full use of what time I have and quickly refine that Dharmic armament megaphone of mine. The thought of his saber still made his heart ache. It had been by his side for so long. They had killed together on the moon. It held a certain place in his heart. Fortunately, even though Wang Baoli was down one saber, he still had a 7th grade Dharmic armament flying sword. After some thought, he made up his mind and began his seclusion again. He was prepared to gain enlightenment on heavenly evocation. He was going to direct heavenly will and create his own Dharmic armament megaphone. It'd be great if I could refine a numinous treasure that could summon the will of gods. As soon as I activate it, it would automatically draw the wills of gods to me. Wang Baoli sighed. He knew that it was an impossible feat. He inhaled deeply, twice, and calmed himself down. He shut his eyes inside the secret chamber. Through the Dharmic armament flying sword and his own armor, with their guidance, he began to allow his mind to wander. His mind went in search of the wills of gods. Time passed. A month went by. Wang Baoli let his mind wander multiple times during the month. He went in search of the wills of gods. Every time he crossed paths with one, he tried to lead them towards him. He always failed. Almost every time, he would sense a scorching spirit deep inside the Martian planet. It was vast like the sun. It was an overpowering presence that dominated all other remnants of gods on the planet. In fact, Wang Baoli felt that if he was able to guide this spirit towards him, he might be able to refine a 9th grade Dharmic armament. His cultivation was inadequate though, so he dared not venture near. Once, tempted, he had approached slightly and was immediately assaulted by the sensation of his spirits being ripped into shreds. He was frightened into retreat. He refocused his efforts on the weaker wills of other gods after that. After repeated attempts, he finally locked onto a god that wasn't particularly powerful but was extremely spirited. It felt like a giant fire tiger to Wang Baoli, which seemed appropriate for his artifact spirit. Wang Baoli made up his mind. He tried, again and again, to lure it, attempting to guide it towards him. But this spirit seemed particularly bad-tempered. It would approach Wang Baoli, then immediately transform into shockwaves and attempt to shatter anyone that tried to venture near it. Wang Baoli grew frustrated. He felt this spirit was like an oblivious man, while he himself was the beautiful and seductive woman. Regardless of how she tried to flirt with and seduce the man, the latter continued to ignore her. If she angered him, he would even try to hit her. There's something wrong with this analogy. Wang Baoli began to sulk. As he troubled himself over this and brainstormed over how to lure the spirit, a conspiracy targeting Wang Baoli was brewing secretly. The instigator was still the five-generation Sky Clan. The conflict between them and Wang Baoli was complicated and unlikely to be resolved. That was why they had to squash Wang Baoli. This time wouldn't be like the rest. In the past, it had been the young ones from the five-generation Sky Clan who had clashed and fought with Wang Baoli. This time, the cunning elders from the family clans of the five-generation Sky Clan were personally staging the attack. They even contacted the Galactic Dusk Sect and the Plume Manifestation Carnate Sect. The latter had come into conflict with the five-generation Sky Clan due to what had happened in Fang Jing's autonomous zone, but they weren't going to turn down something that was to their benefit. The plan and setup that the five-generation Sky Clan had proposed were simply too devious. It not only had a high chance of success, but it was also an open conspiracy. An open conspiracy referred to a conspiracy that openly declared its ill intentions towards the victim. It openly declared its next steps. However, the victim would still be helpless to escape or stop whatever was going to happen next. The victim was powerless to fight back. This open conspiracy that the few sly elders from the five-generation Sky Clan had concocted, was to assist in the construction of the new city. They would utilize their full resources and fan the flames. They would push for the currently third-grade city to rise and become a second-grade special region. Its status would be second only to the Federation capital and to the main Martian city. It would hold the same special regional status as the other 18 cities of the Federation. Chapter 437, The Records Were All Lying. Chapter 437, The Records Were All Lying. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Federation had a strict and rigid classification system for its cities. The 18 cities on Earth were all classified as special regions administratively. Only the capital city on Earth and the main Martian colony city were considered main cities. A class below the special regions were countless other identical cities. They were generally affiliated and reported to special regions. These cities were of the same class as Wang Baoli's new city. Once a new city was promoted to a special region though, it was completely transformed. It was the difference between heaven and earth. After all, the Federation had only 18 special regions as of now, and all were on Earth. The implications of promoting Wang Baoli's city to a special region were vast. The Martian colony governor would definitely support this push as this was a good thing for Mars. However, while this might not destroy his career, it would be a waste of all the effort that Wang Baoli had put into the city. Even if he wasn't kicked off of Mars, he would be relegated to a secondary deputy position. His experience and cultivation were insufficient for him to become the city lord of a special regional city. Because, according to the laws of the Federation, only a secondary rank 2 noble could become the city lord of a special regional city. In addition, such a city lord might receive an invitation to join the Senate and become one of the senators. This was a complete transformation of one's status and class. The Federation laws had strict requirements for a secondary rank 2 noble. They were set in stone and couldn't be changed. Even if one had made an extraordinary contribution to the Federation, the best he could hope for was a primary rank 3 noble. To become a secondary rank 2 noble, one needed to have a core formation realm cultivation. That was an essential requirement. Wang Baoli was only at the perfected foundation establishment realm. If they managed to implement this plan soon enough, before Wang Baoli reached the core formation realm, based on the laws of the Federation would have to appoint a core formation realm cultivator to become the city lord. Wang Baoli might not be transferred away, but he would be demoted to a deputy city lord position. It would be unavoidable. When that time came, he would be the deputy city lord. He might rank above Li Wana, but that would only be in name and only by a slight margin. This wasn't only a demotion, but was more damaging than an actual demotion. Even if everyone knew what was going on, there was nothing they could do about it. Even if Wang Baoli knew about this, there was nothing he could do about it either. On the surface, this had nothing to do with Wang Baoli. It was an initiative promoting the development of the new city. They were volunteering their resources and contributing to the Federation and to Mars. Once this plan began to unfold, Even the Federation president and the Martian colony governor would find it difficult to reject the proposal. This was what an open conspiracy looked like. The old foxes in the five-generation Sky Clan were skilled at such ploys. They knew that while the various political forces were friendly with Wang Baoli currently, they wouldn't object to any plans pushing for the new city to become a special region. They would simply stand at the sidelines. To not help would be a show of consent. After all, with the promotion of the new city to a special region, it would mean a new round of competition and renegotiation of profit and power for the various political forces. There was much to be gained for everyone. Even if the five-generation Sky Clan should fail in their endeavor, the others wouldn't suffer any losses. This plan began to unfold like a hurricane. It gradually gained traction, and news began to spread on Earth and within the main Martian city. They talked about the important role the new city played to Mars and to the Federation. They didn't remove Wang Baoli from the conversation, but he was mentioned only briefly. The focus was placed on the leadership of the new city and their accomplishments. Such discussions spread like wildfire in the Federation. Within the new city, Li Wanna and the others could all sense the malicious intentions brewing in this open conspiracy. Despite their anxiety, they were unable to reach Wang Baoli. It was because Wang Baoli was presently in seclusion with his mind wandering. He was trying to guide the will of a god to him, and trying to refine his first 7th grade Dharmic armament. He had attempted this mental wandering repeatedly, but all his efforts at guiding the god's will had failed. However, he had grown familiar with the entire process. Besides, he had already set his sights on the god of a particular fire tiger and was prepared to guide it towards him. To ensure his success, Wang Baoli had read up on a lot of materials. He understood that this guidance involved a lot of baiting and temptation. He had to identify what the god liked. After many tries, he finally discovered the fire tiger's preferences. This fellow was a perverted tiger. It liked the spirits of female tigers. Wang Baoli had made multiple attempts and read up intensively before he had been able to identify it in the legends, and find the answer to his question. Prior to seclusion, he got Lin Qianhao to prepare vast quantities of monster spirits. Even though these monster spirits weren't suited to become artifact spirits, and they only possessed true breath realm cultivation, the sheer number of them meant they cost quite a bit as well. However, in order to successfully lure the fire tiger, Wang Baoli could care less about the money spent. This time, I'm going to succeed. Wang Baoli set his mind wandering. He had with him great quantities of monster spirits. In this illusory, indistinct space between heaven and earth, he easily found the will of the fire tiger. He eyed it from afar. It was like a tiny sun in this blurry space between the heavens and earth. It was wandering within a specific, fixed area. Its majestic appearance and overpowering aura excited Wang Baoli. He didn't approach though. He quickly flung out the monster spirit of a female tiger. As soon as the monster spirit appeared, the wandering fire tiger immediately turned its head. Its body instantly vanished, and it appeared beside the monster spirit and swallowed it in a single mouthful. Wang Baoli grew merry when he saw how effective his tactic had been. He took a few hasty steps back and threw out another monster spirit, his heart brimming with anticipation. Come on, my precious. Under Wang Baoli's hopeful eyes, the fire tiger lunged again. It swallowed the second monster spirit and was just about to leave. But Wang Baoli had already taken another few steps back and had thrown the third monster spirit out. He continued to step back while throwing out monster spirits. The fire tiger was rather silly as well. It continued to be lured forward. It swallowed monster spirit after monster spirit, following Wang Baoli as the latter fell back and traveling a long distance with Wang Baoli. They weren't far from where Wang Baoli had gone into seclusion. Within the room where he had secluded himself, the megaphone that he had made was already in place. It lacked only the spirit of the fire tiger. This is too easy. I'll be able to refine a 7th grade Dharmic armament today. Wang Baoli said excitedly. He threw out another monster spirit. He moved and was about to withdraw from his state of mental wandering back into his body. He intended to draw the fire tiger's attention to the artifact spirit inside his Dharmic armament and guide it towards the Dharmic armament. It was then that fire tiger swallowed the last monster spirit Wang Baoli had thrown at it and paused in its steps. Its listless eyes revealed a tinge of self-satisfaction and mockery for the first time. It shifted and stopped following Wang Baoli. Instead, the fire tiger turned and went away. Wang Baoli's eyes almost popped out at the sight, and he panicked. What's going on? This is different from what the books said. I thought the spirits only possessed animal instincts. How is it capable of mocking me? I've been deceived by the remnant of a spirit that died eons ago? It's eaten so many of my spirits. Wang Baoli's eyes widened. He immediately got angry. He ate at his loss and became furious at the insult to his intelligence. In his rage, he hollered. Come right back. Wang Baoli was still in the fugue state. In his anger, he cast aside the prudence and care he had possessed in his previous sessions. This was the first time he had shown anger while in the fugue state. As soon as his anger erupted, 3 dark fires instantly formed inside his illusory body. It was as if his words held power. The dark fires were clearly inside his physical body. However, he could see them appear while in his fugue state. They appeared and erupted into being, turning this indistinct, illusory world chilly all of a sudden. The mocking tiger suddenly shuddered as shock and fear appeared in its eyes. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The 3 dark fires flew out and overpowered it. Overpowered, the will of the fire tiger roared, but to no avail. Its body shuddered, and it was unable to fight back. The sight stunned Wang Baoli. You mean that works too? Emotion surged inside Wang Baoli. He tried to exert control over the dark fires, and the flames instantly grew stronger. The fire tiger cried out. It was about to be flattened under the dark fires. Wang Baoli's spirit soared. He puffed his chest out, pointed at the will of the fire tiger, and said coolly. I wanted to coexist peacefully with you, without creating a scene. But since things have turned out this way, I'm not going to keep my head down any longer. Either you quickly enter my dharmic artifact of your own accord, or I destroy you. Wang Baoli yelled. The fire tiger trembled. Powerless, its eyes shone with resentment and fear. It seemed to realize that it couldn't escape. After a moment, it stirred and transformed into a glowing flame, shooting into the 7th grade dharmic armament megaphone that was resting in the location of Wang Baoli's seclusion. It fused with the artifact spirit and permeated the entire megaphone. The megaphone seemed to go up in flames instead. It turned red as vast quantities of inscriptions appeared on it. The inscriptions were immensely complex, and both the inside and outside of the megaphone transformed in that instant. Soon, the immense power that belonged to a 7th grade dharmic armament erupted from within this dharmic armament. As it erupted, a fearsome red tiger appeared outside the megaphone. It lifted its head skywards and roared. Its majestic appearance was stunning. The records lied. There's no need to lure them. The best way is to simply overpower them. Wang Baoli ended his fugue state excitedly. He returned to his body and opened his eyes. He stared at the red megaphone before him, able to feel a power within it that surpassed his self-destructed saber. He couldn't control the pleased laughter that burst out from him. I'm indeed a child of Lady Fortune. Chapter 438, An Invasion. Chapter 438, An Invasion. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After realizing that he must be the son of Lady Fortune, Wang Baoli ended his seclusion in a merry mood. He took his 7th grade dharmic armament megaphone and was about to find a place to test its power. He wanted to take this chance to let the world know that he had become a dharmic armament master. However, as soon as he ended his seclusion, before he had even stepped out from his secret chamber, he turned on his voice transmission ring and received a flood of messages. There were too many incoming pieces of news and messages. Wang Baoli couldn't afford disturbances during his fugue state, so he had turned off his voice transmission ring. But he remained connected via the new city's array formation. If something were to happen, the array formation would alert him immediately, and he would end his seclusion prematurely. At present, upon seeing the messages, Wang Baoli was stunned. He lowered his head and started reading them. Color gradually fled his face. Then it turned red. Finally, at the end, Wang Baoli lifted his head and roared. That's just too much. Wang Baoli flew into a rage. The good mood that he had been in had vanished completely. He had received news from Lin Qianhao, from Kong Dao, and Li Wanna, and the others. Liu Daobin as well as plenty of people from the 4 Dao colleges had also sent everything they had heard, and subsequently found out regarding the special region to Wang Baoli. Li Wanna informed Wang Baoli specifically about the secondary rank 2 noble requirement. There was no need for her to explicitly say what would happen once the proposal was approved and the new city was promoted to a special region. Wang Baoli knew what would happen when he read the messages. They couldn't get to me with their devious ploys, so they've decided to try something new and do this to steal my accomplishments from me. Wang Baoli heaved. He knew that once the new city became a special region, the fact that he wasn't a core formation realm cultivator meant that even if he remained in the city, he would be reappointed as a deputy. He had personally built this new city. To be demoted from a city lord to a deputy position was something Wang Baoli found completely unacceptable. But the other party had openly conspired against him, rendering Wang Baoli defenseless. He couldn't think of a way to resolve this. In his panic, he immediately contacted the Martian colony governor. Even the Martian colony governor found this a headache. After all, the promotion of the new city to a special region would mean a great deal to Mars. From her perspective, this was incredibly advantageous to Mars. Besides, regardless of who took over the office of City Lord, he or she would still have to respect her authority. Nothing would change. Only Wang Baoli would feel miserable. The governor told Wang Baoli not to listen to the gossip spreading around outside. Before she hung up though, she still tactfully shared her views on this matter. Due to certain special circumstances, there is a need to set up a special external department for the anti-spirit research facility on the Martian colony city. It would test the results and findings from the research facility. The head of this department has to be a primary rank 3 noble. Her words chilled Wang Baoli's heart. Even though the governor didn't openly state her stance on this matter, her attitude had been clear, and she had given all the advice she had. She was trying to tell Wang Baoli that it was likely that the plan would be put through, and that she had already prepared a backup plan for Wang Baoli. It was a good backup plan, but Wang Baoli was unwilling to let all his efforts go towards another person's glory. The divine armament catacombs also played a pivotal role in his cultivation. Regardless, he wasn't going to hand over his office willingly. After ending his communication with the governor, Wang Baoli thought hard about it and contacted the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College. Wang Baoli thought himself a member of the Ethereal Dao College, so he wasn't as tactful as he had been with the governor. He spoke immediately and with great anxiety. "Help me, sect lord." Upon receiving the voice transmission, the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College sighed. He knew why Wang Baoli had contacted him. However, the 4 Dao colleges were divided into factions regarding this matter. The conspiracy that the 5-generation Sky Clan had set was done so openly and brazenly, that it was difficult to address and resolve it. "Baoli, about this matter, you should be prepared. Based on what I've heard, there's a high chance that the Federation will approve this." The sect lord was silent for a moment before he sighed. When Wang Baoli heard that, his partially despairing heart turned completely cold. He was drowning in despair and helplessness and felt a strong sense of resentment. He was unwilling to just let this go. "Isn't there any other way?" "There is," the sect lord suddenly said. "If you can achieve a breakthrough soon and reach the core formation realm, this matter wouldn't only not be a misfortune but would turn out to be a golden opportunity. If you reach the core formation realm, the 5-generation Sky Clan would be handing you a golden opportunity on a golden platter. They would have wasted their own resources and bargaining chips to push you to a secondary rank 2 noble. You would hold greater power than you have had before and would stand at the top of the power pyramid in the Federation. This is the only way. I will utilize all my resources and call on all my favors to delay this and give you as much time as possible, but 3 months is my limit. If you can reach the core formation realm within these 3 months, this will turn into an opportunity for you." The sect lord's voice was firm and filled with determination. He had analyzed the situation clearly and in detail for Wang Baoli, but what Wang Baoli needed to do first was reach the core formation realm. They ended the conversation. Wang Baoli sat cross-legged inside his secret chamber. His eyes had turned red. The stress was simply too immense. He knew that the approval to turn the city into a special region could arrive at any moment. He didn't have much time left. Once the approval arrived, if he wasn't at the core formation realm then, he would have to face a situation he was most unwilling to see. It's just forming a core. I'll fight it out with them. Wang Baoli thought very hard about it and finally decided to wing it. He roared. 5-Generation Sky Clan, you just wait. I'm going to enter seclusion. Once I am out, I swear, I'm going to reach the core formation realm. Wang Baoli got to his feet in a flurry. He knew the only way to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation was to enter the catacombs and train at the outer edge. It was only within the catacombs that the dark chi was sufficiently thick enough. Alongside the dark chi absorbed by the array formation, he would be able to achieve astonishing progress in his training and cultivation. Staying within his own residence wouldn't be sufficient by any measure. However, the former option had an element of danger to it. There were the dangers within the catacombs itself. Even though he was only going to be at its outer edge, he might still encounter beast tides. Another danger was in the extensive absorption of dark chi. There might be hidden risks in doing so. Wang Baoli wasn't certain what might happen. That was why he had always only relied partially on dark chi in the past when he trained. He had placed safety as his top priority. In other situations, safety should be the top priority. However, Wang Baoli no longer had the luxury of time. He took a few hasty breaths, and his eyes shone with determination. He stood and with a single step, left his residence. He raced towards the original divine armament catacombs, that had been sealed in the center of the region during the earliest stages of building the new city zone. The central divine armament catacombs had long been sealed and was under Kong Dao's charge now. On his way there, Wang Baoli contacted Kong Dao and informed the latter that he was entering the catacombs. Kong Dao was initially hesitant. He was concerned about security. However, at Wang Baoli's insistence, he activated the entrance to the catacombs. At the same time, he also wanted to arrange for escorts to accompany and protect Wang Baoli, but the offer was turned down by Wang Baoli. His cultivation must remain a secret from others. Besides, Wang Baoli was quite confident of himself when he decided to train in the catacombs. Firstly, he wasn't going to venture too deep. Secondly, he was the new city's city lord, meaning he had certain access over the seals and over the array formation. Even if he encountered a beast tide, he would still have the power to fight back. Besides, every other time he had come here, there had been outsiders present. Wang Baoli hadn't been able to utilize his dark fire. But his intuition told him that with the dark fire, that perhaps he might not meet any danger that he wouldn't be able to resolve. Wang Baoli didn't merely disallow anyone from following him into the catacombs. After he had reached the outer edges, he controlled the array formation and obscured all viewing and recording devices inside. As a result, no one outside would be able to observe what was going on inside. After that, Wang Baoli took a deep breath. With a single leap, he jumped into the catacombs and started his search for an ideal spot for seclusion. At the exact moment that Wang Baoli entered the catacombs, in the starry heavens, a giant black jellyfish was silently approaching the solar system. It didn't enter immediately but hover outside. Its body quickly turned vaguely transparent, revealing 3 cultivators suited up in scaly armor inside it. They sat cross-legged in the jellyfish, their eyes shining with a strange light. They stared straight through the jellyfish at the distant solar system. There are indeed signs of civilization here. We're here, but they have yet to discover our presence. I believe this is only a lowly civilization. It doesn't matter whether it's a lowly civilization or not. We should still check if there are any dangers. The cultivator with a centipede on his face heard what his comrades had said. He held down the rising greed within him and carefully took out a crystal compass. He formed a series of hand seals, and the compass began to give off a dazzling light. As the light sparkled, an illusory, 3-dimensional map began to appear above the compass. It mapped out the solar system, including the Sun and all its planets. On it showed clearly Earth, Mars, and the Moon. Chapter 439, The Mercury Crisis. Chapter 439, The Mercury Crisis. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. However, within this 3-dimensional map, the Earth wasn't blue in color but yellow. The moon was green. Mars was yellow in color as well. The other stars were all various shades of green and blue. Only, the Sun and Pluto, which wasn't one of the 8 major planets, had unexpected colors. Pluto was orange. The Sun was red. As the colors appeared, the sight instantly shocked the 3 excited and greedy men inside the black jellyfish. They widened their eyes, which were colored with incredulity and disbelief, before gasping and falling silent. A long moment later, one of them finally gasped while breathing heavily and quickly. "What's going on here? Why is it red?" "My God, red represents an eternal star realm." "You're wrong. The color red doesn't represent an eternal star realm. It simply suggests the presence of an eternal star realm. As for whether the legendary star realms truly do exist, that is beyond what our instruments can detect." The cultivator with a centipede on his face had doubt in his eyes as well. He spoke slowly, then stared at Pluto. "Red, orange, yellow, cyan, green, blue, purple, red represents at least the eternal star realm. Orange represents the planet realm, yellow the greater full spirit immortal realm, green the nascent soul realm. Seems like we've either underestimated this civilization, or there's some great secret hidden here." The 3 stared at one another. Their earlier greed had vanished almost completely. With their capabilities, they might be able to lord over some lowly civilizations, but in the face of this bizarre solar system, even they felt fearful. This was simply too bizarre. Based on their combined experiences, they had never heard of such a civilization existing in this part of the universe. This defied all logic. This was because a civilization with an eternal star realm should gain relative fame throughout the entire universe. Secondly, if there really was an eternal star realm, even if it were a planet realm, they wouldn't have been able to approach. They would have been expelled and pushed away a long time ago when they had still been a far distance away. If they had come as close as they had now, they should have been destroyed. But now, they appeared to be safe. They narrowed their eyes. They seemed deep in thought. It was then that the centipede-faced cultivator suddenly formed a series of hand seals. He pointed at the compass again. The light from the compass shone and dazzled once more. It seemed to be conducting a more thorough search. The image that was displayed on the compass showed a clearer image of the sun. It revealed the huge sword stuck on the sun. It was this sword that was giving off the red light. This object. This doesn't belong to this civilization. This is just too terrifying. To think that there is actually a treasure of the universe realm here. I finally understand why the cultivation realm in this civilization appears relatively primitive yet bizarre. When they saw the giant sword, they all gasped. No greed stirred within them for the giant sword though. They knew that even if the ancient elders of the planet realm were here, they too wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the face of this giant sword. Every treasure of the universe realm had its own will and spirit. Without its express permission, no one may enter. They began to twitch. They hastily examined Pluto again. Their eyes widened with that second look. They seemed to have discovered within Pluto another sun. The energies exuding from the sun sent them gasping. They dared not continue to look at it. It's too dangerous. This place is too dangerous. How do the cultivators here survive? If this had happened in our civilization, it would have collapsed long ago. All these are just disasters waiting to happen. The 3 of them continued to tremble in fear. They looked at the other planets. The energies pulsating subtly on Earth didn't seem as horrifying as that of Pluto, but that made them hesitant as well. The moon was the same. Even Mars was similar. The remaining planets seemed ordinary. Mercury, especially, seemed extraordinarily vulnerable. They were torn and fell silent. The 3 of them looked at one another, and the centipede-faced cultivator gritted his teeth. I suspect that this place is so peaceful because there are a few extremely terrifying and awesome powers that are in slumber. Did you notice the stellar source here is slightly different from those that we've encountered before? I think we should enter this place, quickly dig out the stellar source as soon as possible, then leave. With our Grand Elder's jade pendant, we should be able to conceal our presence. As long as we're quick, we should have a high chance of succeeding. The centipede-faced cultivator pointed at Mercury and said in a hushed tone. The other 2 hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and nodding. They continued to plan and play out what would happen. There was no hesitation as they steered the black jellyfish and dashed towards the solar system. As they traveled, the jellyfish began to turn invisible. Finally, it seemed to have merged with space itself. It was invisible to the naked eye. In fact, without a certain level of cultivation, one wouldn't be able to sense it even if he tried to. The black jellyfish approached the solar system steadily, it passed the starry skies and entered the realm of the solar system. Once it entered, the jellyfish stopped. It seemed to be observing and waiting. After half an hour, it realized that no one within the solar system had discovered and reacted to their presence, and they grew confident in their judgment. Despite the fear racing in their hearts, they couldn't control their rising greed. The two emotions intermingled and formed a certain excitement they hadn't felt for many years. Viciousness and violence appeared on their faces. They steered the black jellyfish and headed straight for Mercury. Even though Mercury was but a few steps away from the Sun, they continued to inspect the surroundings while racing towards it. They were prepared to react to any possible scenarios. Things might have gone too smoothly, however. When the black jellyfish reached the outskirts of Mercury, and as they realized that the civilization in this solar system hadn't reacted to their presence, they grew bolder. Attack! Outside Mercury, the centipede-faced cultivator spoke solemnly. The black jellyfish immediately showed itself and spat a beam of light at Mercury. As soon as the light appeared, it blanketed the entire planet. The black jellyfish moved and entered Mercury's outer atmosphere, landing on its surface. Mercury was one of the 8 major planets in the solar system. The Federation had colonized it in the past, but after they had entered the Spirit Inception era, the Federation had placed a greater importance on Mars instead. That was why the setup on Mercury remained sparse and minimal. There wasn't even a colony city on this planet. Due to Mercury's proximity to the Sun, the Federation had marked Mercury as a stepping stone in their series of plans to land on the ancient green bronze sword. The colonization on Mercury had kicked off due to those plans. However, they still had quite a long way to go. The colonization of Mercury had only begun and was halfway to completion. Despite that, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered on the planet and were continuing the colonization works. This very day would be a calamitous day for all cultivators on Mercury. It would incur the greatest wrath the Federation had ever experienced since the beginning of the Spirit Inception era. Mercury became a graveyard, near 80% of all cultivators died of mysterious causes. They didn't die in battle but from a mysterious virus. The virus seemed to be transmitted via light and was beyond bizarre. It would result in mass unconsciousness in a split second. Bodies would wither and turn into an energy source that could then be reused. Such an overwhelming invasion took less than an hour before it ended. An hour later, when the black jellyfish left, there remained few bodies on Mercury. All of those who had died had become the energy source that would aid the 3 cultivators in acquiring the stellar source. Almost 70% of Mercury's stellar source was dug right out of it, while the remaining was embedded too deeply in its core and thus escaped excavation. However, Mercury, with only 30% of its stellar source left, wasn't left unscathed. Signs of decomposition and shriveling appeared, and an aura of death spread across the planet. It seemed as if the planet had gone through its full life cycle within that hour and entered the final stages of its life. It was 6 hours before the Federation discovered something was amiss on Mercury. Following the deaths of hordes of cultivators on Mercury and the shriveling of the planet, the remote images of everything that happened were transmitted back to the Federation. Rage and fury erupted in the Federation. It was impossible to hide what had happened as hordes of media agencies immediately started reporting on this matter. The entire Federation was flooded with terror and rage instantly. A Mercury massacre. There's a possibility of an extraterrestrial invasion. A virus has spread across Mercury. The means of its transmission are unknown. Mercury is dying. Chapter 440, The Federation Rages. Chapter 440, The Federation Rages. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Compared to the fury of the Federation, the feelings of the general populace were more important. As the media agencies continued to report such news, both true and false information continued to be spread. It resulted in widespread fear and terror throughout the entire Federation, across all the planets, amongst both common folk and cultivators. The scale of this incident was too big. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators on a planet, all dead within 2 hours. An unknown virus against which they had no resistance. The terror that this had ignited rose like a tsunami, erupting across large parts of the Federation. There were even voices that were speaking out and attributing this to the ascent of the Spirit Inception era. They called for people to abandon their cultivation and for them to give up the path of cultivation. They called for a return to the power of technology and science. Various bizarre incidents like terrorist attacks, numerous so-called sacrificial rituals, and organizations wishing to contact and reach out to the extraterrestrial civilization were triggered. They happened repeatedly across the entire Federation. There were many more people who, while afraid, were angrier than they were fearful. Talks about investigation and revenge grew more heated. Everything erupted within one night after the tragedy had taken place. The Federation's response was extremely swift. Duan-Muke executed a series of measures before setting up a press conference that would be broadcast to the entire Federation. He invited all media agencies and made an announcement regarding the Mercury tragedy. If possible, I wish I didn't have to make this announcement, because none of us wish to see tragedy occur. But tragedy has occurred. This isn't the fault of the Spirit Inception era. The only fault lies in our own weakness. Duan-Muke stood before the entire Federation as he made his proclamation. He had sorrow written on his face, and his voice was heavy. Weakness is our sin. I don't wish to speak pretty words today. I don't wish to explain or hide. I only want to tell you 4 things. The first is the truth, what really happened. The second is what the Federation government has done and will be doing in retaliation. The third and fourth, well, you shall find out shortly. Firstly, there were 213,756 deaths on Mercury. A planet has its own life. Mercury has been robbed of more than half of its life. It is now in the late stages of its life cycle. Perhaps in the near future, our descendants will only be able to read about what Mercury was like in the historical records. The cause of death is a virus that was transmitted through light. It is a terrifying virus, but its lifespan lasts only 2 hours. The Federation has studied it and has come up with a way to deal with it. As for the culprit, we've confirmed that it's an unknown extraterrestrial civilization. When the Federation president said this, every resident who was watching the screening grew furious. Even though they had learned that this was indeed true from various media sources, at this moment, many people still wept. The terror in their hearts intensified. There were even signs of a mass mental breakdown in various regions. Duan-Muke paid no attention to all that. His expression and tone of voice remained solemn as he continued speaking. Secondly, once we found out about this, the Federation activated the planetary array formation that hasn't yet been fully constructed. Even though it's only halfway through completion, it still has the ability to seal and lock down the area. We have also activated the various array formations on the major planets. The Federation army has also been activated, and they are now spread across the entire solar system and on the hunt. We must have our vengeance. Duan-Muke shouted his last statement. His aura was no longer solemn at this moment, but colored with a tinge of madness and a grim determination. As soon as his words rang out, they resonated with countless others. The call for vengeance echoed throughout the various regions, and countless Federation residents shouted in unison. Thirdly, the Federation isn't without our nascent souls. Previously, the esteemed elder has been away in seclusion, which is why we found it inappropriate to disturb him. Yesterday, he came out from seclusion. He will make a personal trip into space and hunt down the culprits. At that juncture, the Federation president raised his right hand. An illusory screen appeared behind him. Within the screen reflected the broad expanse of the starlit universe. There was a sword-shaped cruiser speeding through space. Within the cruiser sat an old elder in meditation. The image of the elder was indistinct and blurred. He was unrecognizable. But where the cruiser passed, a series of ripples in the fabric of space was left in its wake. It was an awesome sight. It was then that the elder opened his eyes. In his eyes was a deep, unfathomable light. His gaze pierced through the screen and stirred everyone in the depths of their souls. The earlier terror that had risen subsided greatly with the unprecedented appearance of a nascent soul, but those earlier feelings of fear were set to rest. The majority of cultivators were roused by the announcement. They knew what a nascent soul truly signified. That was why they grew excited. It was as if they had just seen the birth of hope. Fourthly, the Federation has successfully invented an anti-spirit bomb. It is still in its infancy, but its power when exploded rivals that of a nascent soul. We have manufactured our first batch of anti-spirit bombs. There are 1,000 of them. If we trigger 50 of such explosions, killing a nascent soul will no longer remain an impossible feat. It doesn't matter how strong the extraterrestrial civilization is, 1,000 bombs are sufficient to wipe them out. The Federation president declared loudly. There was no video recording of the bombs, but the evidence that he had provided for the previous 3 announcements was sufficient for the populace to believe in the 4th. With this faith, a great part of their fear fled and faded away. Du and Muke's announcement had been an astounding success. The reveal of a nascent soul as well as of the anti-spirit bomb had strengthened the public's confidence. However, a small minority knew that even if the anti-spirit bomb turned out to be successful, there wouldn't be many of those around. They wouldn't number in the thousands and would count themselves lucky to have even 100 anti-spirit bombs. Du and Muke didn't give the populace a chance to react. He swept his large hand aside, and the screen behind him shifted, the silhouette of the head senator appearing. The Senate will cooperate fully with the Federation to ensure the culprit receives his due punishment. We will fight to the death. The Trilunarist Corporation will contribute its full efforts towards this battle. The 5-Generation Sky Clan. The Galactic Dusk Sect. The Plume Manifestation Carnate Sect. The 4 Tao colleges swear to protect the Federation with its life. The silhouette of the head senator disappeared and was followed by the representatives of the various political forces. They appeared on the screen, and they were not alone. Behind each one of them were armies of cultivators. Their eyes shone with determination and murder, and they had their desire for vengeance written on their faces. The entire Federation populace was no longer worried. The Federation officials in the various cities began to comfort their residents and ease their worries. The domestic crisis wasn't only resolved, the people had gathered and formed strong popular support. Cries for vengeance and justice became common suddenly. As they spread across the Federation, somewhere in space, a black jellyfish that had merged seamlessly into the dark canvas of space was dashing ahead. It hadn't yet left the solar system. It remained and was in the vicinity of Mars, and, judging from where it was headed, it would pass by Mars. This wasn't because the 3 cultivators didn't want to leave, but because the lockdown by the Federation had led to their increased prudence. This was especially since, after the lockdown in the solar system, they sensed the presence of 2 nascent souls seemingly searching for them. The 3 cultivators became more careful. After all, this patch of the universe contained many entities that terrified them. The rewards they had reaped on Mercury gave them great satisfaction though. They had made up their mind. Their top priority now was to leave as soon as they could. With the Elder's Jade Pendant helping to conceal our presence, I'm thinking maybe we can do this another time, then break out of the array formation and leave. That's a bit risky. The 3 of them talked for a while and reached a consensus. They decided not to go ahead with the idea. Suddenly, the black jellyfish that had been speeding ahead shuddered violently. It seemed to be sending out a certain emotion, causing the 3 of them widen their eyes. The cultivator with a centipede on his face hastily pulled out the compass, performing a series of hand seals. The compass light dazzled suddenly, and an image of Mars appeared. It was amplified countless times until it was revealed that resting deep underground in Mars was a sea of shadow. Even though they couldn't see its true form in detail, they could still sense through the compass and feel the extraordinary spirit energies given out from within this shadow. It's a dark artifact, my God. It's actually a dark artifact. No wonder the sea glutton reacted that way. How is that possible? This is a dark artifact. Legends speak of only a few surviving dark artifacts in the entire universe. The legends say that a person who wields a dark artifact has power over the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Their breathing quickened, and they felt torn. A long moment later, they looked at one another. They knew that they wouldn't be able to rest well at night if they simply left like that. They gritted their teeth and came to a decision. Let's go take a look. If there's a chance of taking it, we'll take it. If there's no chance, we'll immediately leave and inform the elders. We'll call for our clansmen to destroy this civilization and take everything they've got. The red eyes of the three men turned even redder. They steered the black jellyfish in another direction and headed straight for Mars. Chapter 441, Crisis. Chapter 441, Crisis. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The impact of the Mercury tragedy was too great for the entire Federation. It had shocked everyone, and Mars was feeling the same. Countless residents watched the Federation President do and Mute's announcement. After which, the Martian colony governor also made an announcement on Mars. Her announcement showed the determination to punish the culprit, as well as a strong and shocking murderous intent. The Martian array formation was activated to the fullest extent, to prevent those who had inflicted the tragedy on Mercury from attacking Mars. At present, Mars was on full and high alert, with the Martian military out in full force. The main Martian city was also under fierce and stringent protection. All of their most powerful cultivators, including the giant tree, were all eyeing the stars and space beyond, on their guard constantly. This was the same for the new Martian city. The Mercury tragedy had thrown a spanner into the 5-generation Sky Clan's plans to promote the new city's status, delaying them. Currently, Wang Baoli remained the city lord of the new city, and his word was still the law. He might be in seclusion, but that didn't mean that he was completely divorced from the outside world. The Mercury tragedy was an extremely serious matter. Be it Li Wanna, Lin Qianhao, Jin Duoming or the others, they all informed him immediately of this incident. There were also many heated discussions going on within the Spirit intranet. That was why before the Martian colony governor's orders for the entire planet to go on full alert, Wang Baoli had already activated the new city's array formation to its fullest while still in seclusion. He also informed Kong Dao to heighten the security measures for the new city to the fullest. This was to prevent the tragedy on Mercury from taking place on Mars. During this period, the Federation had come up with the vaccine for the mysterious virus that could be transmitted through light. There was no need for everyone to receive the vaccination individually. They needed only to infuse the vaccine into the array formation in order to activate the immunization process. The vaccine had already been delivered to Mars. Both the main city and the new city had infused it into their array formations. In addition, the Martian anti-spirit bomb research facility was in full operation. They had 10 anti-spirit bombs ready for takeoff at any moment. At present, the fully prepared Mars could definitely withstand an invasion like the one that had taken Mercury. It might even be able to exterminate the intruders. The possibility was there. But all its preparation had been carried out based on the knowledge that the Federation had deduced from the mysterious, extraterrestrial civilization's invasion of Mercury. It was a reactive move. The Federation could only ward against attacks the extraterrestrial civilization had employed before. It would be a challenge to defend themselves against attacks they hadn't seen before. At the moment, the black jellyfish remained shielded and hidden by the jade pendant that belonged to the elder that the 3 cultivators sat within it had spoken of. The black jellyfish was able to approach Mars silently and without discovery. The Martian array formation didn't detect it at all. This was a result of the difference in the developmental stage of the civilizations. The Federation appeared to be in the fetal stages of early civilization. Despite possessing strength and power that would terrify some, it still lacked much in various aspects. However, it had only been a mere 4 decades since the Federation entered the Spirit Inception era. To have developed to such an extent within such a brief period of time would be considered a miracle to any civilization. If the Federation were to be given another 60 years, its civilization would grow to be even more prosperous and developed than it was currently. There were no IFS in this world, however. At the moment, the black jellyfish continued to approach silently. It didn't repeat its methods on Mercury. It stopped just beyond the Martian array formation, seemingly carrying out a series of calculations. A long while later, a sparkling light started shining from the body of the black jellyfish. Its aura appeared to have transformed, and it seemed to have changed itself to accommodate the Martian array formation. The black jellyfish charged forward in a sudden burst of speed. It shot through the great Martian array formation and appeared in the Martian atmosphere. Nobody saw the black jellyfish appear, nor did the array formation detect any disturbances. Undiscovered and undetected, the black jellyfish entered Mars. The three cultivators inside the black jellyfish hadn't repeated the methods that they had used on Mercury due to prudence. They had also come to the consensus to take extreme caution when they entered Mars. Their priority was to scout the area. They would take whatever they could. If they were unable to do so, they would leave immediately and return to their mother planet, where they would call for their elder. After the black jellyfish entered Mars, it didn't proceed to commence a massacre, nor did it stop in its tracks. Its speed increased until its movement resembled instant teleportation. It raced towards the location of the new city, to where the divine armament catacombs were. It was so quick it exceeded the limits of speed itself. In a time that spanned no more than 200 breaths, it appeared outside the new city. The three cultivators inside the jellyfish stared at the new city. Their red pupils contracted, and condescension appeared in their eyes. However, when their eyes shifted downwards towards what rested beneath the new city, the tinge of condescension vanished. It was replaced with excitement and desire. "I found the entrance," one of the cultivators soon said. He formed a series of hand seals excitedly. A new image of the new city appeared on the compass before them. There was a tunnel inside that connected directly to the catacombs. The tunnel was where the main section of the divine armament catacombs was. "Let's go!" The centipede-faced cultivator had a gruesome grin on his face. He licked his lips. Just as he was about to speak, the jellyfish rushed forward and dashed into the new city's array formation, heading straight for the divine armament catacombs. The place that they were headed now was the exact location where Wang Baoli was away in seclusion. In order to reach a breakthrough in cultivation and enter the core formation realm, Wang Baoli had chosen to dig a secret chamber within the tunnel of the catacombs. He sat inside, in meditation. The air was heavily infused with dark qi, which quickened his cultivation progress. Even though the Mercury tragedy had delayed the promotion of the new Martian city, he knew very well that the 5-generation Sky Clan wouldn't rest so easily. He predicted that they would raise the matter of promoting the city's status again after the Mercury incident had passed. That was why he had to reach the core formation realm as soon as possible. In addition, while Wang Baoli hadn't witnessed the Mercury tragedy with his own eyes, he had been able to access certain confidential files due to his rank. He knew that Mercury had lost more than half of its stellar source. The Federation had also obtained a few clues, and was quite sure that a sea glutton from an extraterrestrial civilization had entered the solar system. The number of its occupants and their cultivation levels were unknown. However, they guessed that there shouldn't be too many of them and that their cultivation shouldn't have reached the level of invincibility. Else, they wouldn't have chosen the weakest Mercury as their target. Regardless, the incident made Wang Baoli realize the importance of one's cultivation. It made him realize that what he had taken for granted as peace had never existed in the first place. Since the arrival of the ancient green bronze sword, peace had departed this part of the universe. While in seclusion, Wang Baoli had taken the time out to watch the Federation President Duan Muke's speech. He was silent throughout the entire event. He had mixed feelings. At the same time, he also agreed with something Duan Muke had said. "Our weakness is our sin." Those words repeatedly echoed in Wang Baoli's mind. His determination to train harder grew. His entire mind and soul were immersed in training currently as he tried his best to achieve a breakthrough from his current perfected foundation establishment realm. His cultivation spread like tsunami waves inside him. Wang Baoli, who was attempting to strive for the core formation realm, suddenly shuddered. He could feel some form of presence entering and passing through his great Baoli array formation momentarily. It was akin to the sudden chilly breeze blowing past one's body in the middle of an extremely heated summer's day. Wang Baoli shuddered and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, suddenly, inside the divine armament catacombs, the large silhouette of a black jellyfish seemed to appear out of nowhere. The size of the jellyfish was immense. It blanketed more than half of the entire area when it appeared. Wang Baoli's mind immediately went blank, an alarm flashed across his face. He was about to retreat, but before he could do anything, an overpowering consciousness swept over and enveloped Wang Baoli. He froze. He was unable to move a single inch. The consciousness went through Wang Baoli and conducted a thorough scan of his body. HMMPH. Is this a green lotus? My God, how could there be a green lotus inside this barbarian? It's a pity we can't tell the grade of the green lotus. Besides, it's already fully fused with this barbarian. But it's definitely a rarity. We could capture him alive and sell him to the never-ending clan, who loves collecting rare items. He'll definitely fetch a good price. The excited voice rang out beside Wang Baoli's ear as 3 nascent soul realm cultivators stepped out from the black jellyfish. They seemed overjoyed. As they stepped out, the cultivator with the centipede on his face formed a series of hand seals with his right hand. The black jellyfish shrank immediately and was stored away. The 3 cultivators stared at Wang Baoli, their eyes shining with surprise and pleasure. Wang Baoli couldn't budge. It was as if his breathing had paused as well, but his mind remained alert. A sudden sense of impending doom and danger, which surpassed all such feelings he had ever felt before, erupted within his heart. The intensity of this feeling came from the overpowering aura of the 3 cultivators covered in armor of fine scales. The power of their presence surpassed that of all cultivators Wang Baoli had ever met. Even Du and Mute couldn't compare. They are. There was a loud buzzing inside Wang Baoli. His mind was swept away by strong, towering waves. Nascent Souls. Chapter 442, A Fierce Battle. Chapter 442, A Fierce Battle. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli came to an immediate decision as soon as the 3 cultivators appeared. Both their strange armor and their red eyes indicated that they weren't cultivators from the Federation. That made it clear who they were. The culprits behind the Mercury tragedy, cultivators from an extraterrestrial civilization. Wang Baoli, who had been reeling back from shock, unexpectedly calmed down after realizing their identities and the danger he was in. This was, without a doubt, the most dangerous situation he had ever found himself in. Any slightest misstep could result in the destruction of his body and spirit. Fortunately, the 3 seemed to want him caught alive. They might have bespelled and held his body frozen, but they didn't ensnare his consciousness. Perhaps they were too confident of themselves, or perhaps there was some other reason. Regardless, even though Wang Baoli couldn't move at all presently, his mind was still conscious and alert. With a clear mind, he would be able to unleash his killer move at this critical moment. But the timing of unleashing this move was pivotal. As such, despite the looming danger pressing onto him, Wang Baoli continued to wait. He didn't have to wait too long. As soon as all those thoughts surfaced in his mind, one of the 3 cultivators stepped towards him. His right hand raised and was about to pull Wang Baoli over. As for the remaining 2 cultivators, they didn't pay any attention to Wang Baoli. It was clear that even though he had a green lotus of an unknown grade inside his body, he was still merely a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator to them. Their attention was drawn towards the deep end of the catacombs. They seemed to be searching for something. It would have taken a long time to narrate the entire sequence of events, which, in actual fact, took place in the blink of an eye. As the 2 cultivators stared into the deep end of the catacombs, Wang Baoli roared inside his heart. Enlightened. The words rang out in his mind, and the Martian skies shuddered. The heavens seemed to have warped themselves as clouds boiled and rolled. A presence from the far end of the universe suddenly descended upon the planet and landed on Wang Baoli. As this incredulous presence descended, the nascent soul realm cultivator that had been about to grab hold of Wang Baoli grew alarmed suddenly. An unimaginable dread made his pupils contract, and his body retreated hastily and instinctively. He started gasping. Who is it? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The centipede-faced cultivator and the 3rd nascent soul realm cultivator had both been deep in thought. Suddenly, they also felt the terrifying presence and grew alarmed, and they gasped and retreated as well. What's going on? This presence. As they reeled back from shock, crackling sounds rang out from within Wang Baoli. The spell that had frozen him in place splintered and shattered into pieces, allowing Wang Baoli to regain mobility immediately. He didn't hesitate. As soon as he regained control of his own body, he immediately reached out to the array formation and tried to sound the alarm. As soon as he succeeded in raising the alarm, those outside like Li Wana would ready themselves. The sudden change in the new city's Great Martian Array formation would also alert the governor, and she would realize something had gone wrong. Even though Wang Baoli knew that he was still in extreme danger, this was the best course of action he had at the moment. Just as Wang Baoli regained control of his body and was about to reach out through the array formation and raise the alarm, the centipede-faced cultivator's eyes flashed. Despite his wariness and shock, he still formed a series of hand seals. An illusory compass appeared before him instantly. It shone. Rays of light shot out more quickly than Wang Baoli could reach out to the array formation. In the blink of an eye, it formed a barrier that prevented Wang Baoli from reaching out to the array formation. It was a divine power that Wang Baoli had never heard of, and its power alarmed Wang Baoli. He could feel his connection with the array formation being cut off suddenly. Damn it! Wang Baoli's face turned pale. He had no time to think. He prepared to make a run for it while uttering the scripture inwardly. Sighed. Everything happened in an instant. It was when this summoning was echoing inside Wang Baoli's mind that the dark fire inside his body erupted of its own will, just like it had done when it had first met the black-robed man. Wang Baoli's surrounding plunged into ice as the dark fire was released, transforming into an icy flame that spread outward. The release of the dark fire seemed to trigger the presence beckoning deep in the catacombs, and the calls intensified. The wall that had stopped the Federation for so many years suddenly melted away that instant. It melted away swiftly. Within a few moments, there was a pathway open and leading into the catacombs. Vast quantities of dark chi surged out from the opening, spreading throughout the entire area. Wang Baoli's eyes widened. His first instinct was to proclaim how amazing little Missy was, but he had no time for further thoughts. He headed straight for the opening and dashed right through. As soon as he passed through the opening in the wall, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators appeared. They saw the opening ceiling shut right before their eyes. Their breaths stilled, and intense greed and desire shone in their eyes. They didn't hesitate as they dashed straight through as well. The centipede-faced cultivator was the last to pass through. Before he entered, his eyes flashed. He raised his right hand and formed a series of hand seals. His fingers started sparkling immediately. They formed a wave of light that seemed to cleanse everything it touched. It swept across the entire area. Wherever it passed, be it where the trio had attacked Wang Baoli or where they had tried to control the self-destructing artifacts, all traces of their presence were erased and wiped clean. All remnants or pieces of things that shouldn't exist vanished. This included the dozen mosquitoes hidden in various spots. There was one mosquito that was about to escape and fly out of the catacombs, but it too was destroyed by the light. I don't care if you left any traps or tricks behind. Now, there shouldn't be any left. After releasing this cleansing light wave, the centipede-faced cultivator sneered before he snaked through the wall that was about to seal itself shut. As soon as he entered, the opening in the wall vanished completely and sealed shut. The entire tunnel was deathly quiet. The new city went on with life as usual. Li Wanna was examining and approving documents, Kong Dao and Lin Qianhao were talking to each other, and Jin Duoming had his voice transmission ring out, and was having a private and intimate heart-to-heart conversation with one of his ex-girlfriends from Earth. As for Liu Daobin, he was presently ordering a large group of people around and constructing another Wang Baoli statue. Everything carried on as usual. Nothing strange happened. No one knew what was going on inside the catacombs or the danger that Wang Baoli was in. Presently, Wang Baoli appeared in a world he had never come across. The skies of this world were fashioned from mud, but it wasn't dark at all. There were sparkling lights in the sky that were like diamonds and stars at the same time. They lit up the entire underground world. It might not be as bright as daylight, but to the eyes of a cultivator, there was no discernible difference between this light and daylight. As for the land, there was no land, only a vast and endless ocean. Upon closer look, this ocean wasn't formed from seawater but countless souls gathered together, creating an spirit sea. The spirit sea wasn't calm. Waves rose and crashed. It was an awesome sight. The waves, too, were formed from countless souls. They howled and roared. They tore into one another. They raged, they bared their teeth, they wept. All sorts of different lives and all manners of emotions could be found, seen, and experienced here. In that spirit sea was a white island. It wasn't made of earth, but formed from a pile of countless white bones. It was an island of bones. The entire world looked immensely creepy and horrifying. It was as if he had slipped into hell. It made one shudder. It would make one forget that his life still burned, forget all his memories of the outside world. What remained was an instinctive desire to count the sins one had committed in his life. This was the most instinctive and truest feeling that he experienced in his heart when he saw this sight. Such a world actually exists here. After a long moment, Wang Baoli finally gasped. He was slightly pale. He stood on the island of white bones with his head lowered as he stared at the countless bones beneath his feet. He gazed at the roaring waves of the spirit sea, then at the sky made of earth. The shock in his heart didn't fade for a very long time. There was no way he could have imagined that beyond the wall hid such a sight. This went against everything that he had known, and he could no longer tell if he was still on Mars. There were no signs of the extraterrestrial cultivators appearing anytime soon. Wang Baoli fell into a momentary daze. He tried hastily to sense the mosquitoes he had released secretly earlier. He had planned for the trio to follow him when he had entered. Then, he would be able to instruct his mosquitoes to sound the alarm. The governor and his friends would arrive, trap the extraterrestrial cultivators inside, and beat them up. Wang Baoli had some confidence in the trio choosing to enter as a group, but if he were honest with himself, he couldn't be completely sure. He soon grew alarmed. Gone? It's not that I can't sense them, but they're really gone. An ugly look fell on Wang Baoli's face. He considered whether someone had destroyed his mosquitoes, or whether he had merely lost the connection with them because he had entered this underground world. There was an easy way to find out. Wang Baoli turned his gaze inward, at his own scabbard. When he saw his mosquitoes intact within the scabbard, his face darkened further. The mosquitoes were inside. This meant that the ones that he had released had all perished. Their unique nature meant that they would regenerate after they died. Wang Baoli grew anxious and uncertain. He simply couldn't tell if the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators had followed him in. He hurriedly summoned Little Missy. Many thanks for Little Missy's help. Right, just now, you were saying something. What was it? Little Missy was silent. She was already beyond lost and bewildered. Her shock surpassed Wang Baoli multifold. She had even begun to feel lost and doubt herself. She hadn't done anything, so how had the opening appeared in the wall? Could it be that her cultivation had reached a stage where she could change fate, without her discovery? Now, as she listened to Wang Baoli thanking her and following up with questions, she began to feel a sudden tiredness. Exhaustion surfaced inside her. She sensed that she might have to continue this particular bluff. This is a small matter. I don't even need to raise my little finger. I don't even need to spare it a single thought. I just have to approach the dark artifact, and it would activate itself. Couldn't you tell? It was trying to gain my favor. Speaking of that, that's why I threw it away. It kept trying to please me and gain my favor for every single thing. It began to annoy me, Little Missy said coolly. She didn't even need to think about it. The words flowed out of her mouth naturally. Wang Baoli froze. He instinctively felt something was wrong, but he wasn't concerned about that at the moment. He asked, hastily. All hail Little Missy. How about those 3 jerks? Did they follow me inside? You're asking me? Who do I ask then? It's not like this is my home. Little Missy snorted secretly. She kept a deep, unfathomable look on her face as she said coolly. You'll find out soon enough. Anxiety wrecked Wang Baoli. He was about to pursue further when suddenly, the skies thundered. Wang Baoli lifted his head and saw a huge fracture appear suddenly in the heavens. Then, 3 silhouettes appeared, agitated and seemingly in quite a terrible state. They charged out, eyeing the world around them. An intense light of excitement shone in their eyes. It was then that they saw Wang Baoli as well. So that's where you are. Wang Baoli had no time to consider why the 3 people had entered this place in a different way. He was overcome by shock and awe. He had nothing but the utmost respect and admiration for Little Missy. Chapter 445, I'm going to kill this Shui Xia. Chapter 445, I'm going to kill this Shui Xian. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Prophetic. She was simply prescient. Little Missy had said he would find out soon enough, and it hadn't taken them the time of a dozen breaths before he did indeed find out. This was clear and unquestionable proof that the dark artifact did belong to Little Missy. Little Missy must have known that the three jerks were on their way, but she must have sent them somewhere else. Because I asked, she sent them over again. That's why the three of them are in such a terrible state. That must be it. The more Wang Baoli thought about it, the more excited he became. He decided there and then that he was going to work harder at buttering Little Missy up. A strong sense of confidence rose in Wang Baoli's heart, and he decided not to run any more. He stood on the island of white bones and stared arrogantly at the three nascent soul realm cultivators. He raised his right hand and pointed his finger at them. The game ends now, Wang Baoli said coolly. An indescribable aura exuded from his person when he said that. It seemed as if this entire world was resonating with his words. The earth, the heavens, and the stars dazzled and shone as the sea of souls roared and rose in huge waves. The atmosphere was electrifying and terrifying. The three extraterrestrial cultivators had been planning to attack, but caution rose in their eyes. They sensed that Wang Baoli seemed different. They couldn't help but grow wary and proceed with greater care. Just as Wang Baoli was becoming excited, Little Missy was once again bewildered. She didn't expect this to happen right after she had spoken. The sight before her inspired a sense of guilt in her. She felt something wasn't right and immediately pretended to feel weak. My spirit body has just awakened, Wang Baoli. You'll have to handle the rest. Little Missy's voice grew weaker. In the end, it seemed as if she was about to fall into a deep slumber. Wang Baoli was stunned. He hurriedly called after Little Missy. However, no matter how many times he called for her, Little Missy didn't respond. Wang Baoli froze. He began to feel sheepish as well and was almost howling deep in his heart. The eyes of the three nascent souls in the sky flashed then. The square-faced cultivator struck suddenly, the red line on his forehead shining, and a red light shot out and headed straight for the island of bones that Wang Baoli was on. Before the red light could descend, the spirit sea started to stir violent all of a sudden. The countless souls within it started to howl as they dashed out and charged at the trio in the sky. From afar, it looked as if the spirit sea had erupted. The seawater rose to the skies, and the ocean towered, sending both heaven and earth quaking. Large numbers of shrieking souls flung into the air. Many sped towards Wang Baoli as well. They lunged at him and seemed like they wanted to tear him apart and swallow him alive. The sight alarmed all three cultivators in the sky. They formed a hasty series of hand seals to prevent the sea of souls from approaching. On the island of bones, Wang Baoli was equally shocked. He had no means of escape, he was trapped from all four corners. He couldn't dodge or evade at all. He watched as countless souls leaped towards him. Unfortunately, his calls for Little Missy remained unanswered. Finally, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth and yelled. He activated the dark art, and dark fire instantly appeared in his eyes. A chilly aura surged outwards from his person. It seemed to be able to seal and freeze the souls wherever it passed, seeming to truly resonate with the heavens and earth. The fearsome souls around him seemed to be terrified and shocked, and they immediately shrank away from him and dared not approach. A strange light appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. The three extraterrestrial cultivators in the air were incredulous. They raged. Everything seemed bizarre and out of the ordinary. The fact that Wang Baoli, a mere Foundation establishment realm cultivator, had managed to ward them off for so long with mere tricks and deviousness injured their pride. We don't need him alive. Just kill him and put his corpse up for sale. The trio immediately came to a decision, and murderous intent erupted from their persons. Just as they were about to drive the surrounding souls away from them and kill Wang Baoli, suddenly, Wang Baoli shuddered. He felt the calling once again. This time, it came from beneath the spirit sea. It rang much more clearly than the previous two times and seemed like it was speaking right next to his ear. The voice was so much clearer. Dark child. Dark child. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened when the voice appeared. The spirit sea before him erupted once again as the seas parted before him, forming a path in the middle. The path began from the island of bones, where Wang Baoli stood. Most importantly, it went deep into the unknown depths of the Spirit Sea. The series of transformations shocked the three extraterrestrial cultivators in the air to the core. They stared at Wang Baoli immediately, a strange light shining in their eyes. There was no doubt that Wang Baoli had surprised and shocked them repeatedly. This was beyond anything they had encountered before. "We can't let him enter." They panicked immediately, and their cultivation erupted in a mad frenzy. The centipede-faced cultivator released his centipede from his person. It expanded and grew in a blink of an eye, growing to the length of 100 yards. It was a terrifying sight. The centipede roared and charged at the Spirit Sea. It appeared to be overpowering the souls, which allowed the trio to dash out. The square-faced cultivator unleashed his killer attack as well. His hands pressed together in a series of hand seals, and a fireball appeared behind him. It roared at the skies and appeared to step out of the illusion that had conjured it, assuming a real form. With fire under its hooves, it dashed out in a mad stampede. As for the final cultivator, an eye appeared behind his back. It seemed to contain an endless abyss, and a single look would strike terror into one's heart. Wang Baoli watched as the three cultivators' cultivation erupted and their aura strengthened and intensified. Even the Spirit Sea seemed like it was going to be overpowered. They seemed like they might fight their way out of the ocean at any time. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. He gritted his teeth, and with a single step, he stepped onto the path that the Spirit Sea had created for him, heading swiftly into the ocean. Damn it! The leader of the trio, the one who had released the centipede, knew that there must be some incredible secret that Wang Baoli was hiding. He wasn't going to let Wang Baoli escape. He gritted his teeth. His right hand formed a series of hand seals, and his ring finger immediately exploded. With its explosion, a dozen fearsome lizard-like figures appeared. They started howling. The leader of the trio shoved down the ache he was feeling in his heart and said suddenly, "I'm going to kill this Shui Xian." As soon as he spoke, the dozen lizard-like fearsome figures howled and dashed towards the ocean of seals. Any souls that tried to stop them were knocked away. They went after Wang Baoli relentlessly. Each one of those lizard-like forms would rival a cultivator at the perfected Foundation establishment realm. In fact, many of them were only a mere step away from the core formation realm. "Zhui Xian, I'm going to earn back the full compensation from you." The centipede-faced cultivator clenched his teeth. He had spent a great deal of effort collecting the lizards that he had been rearing in his ring. The beasts were a counter to aggressive souls, and they were rare. He had used his own secret mystic art and reared them for more than 30 years. They had grown to their current cultivation after so much hard work. He had wanted to rear them for another 10 years or so, which was when they would reach the core formation realm. His efforts would then pay off as they would become a valuable asset for his deployment then. Any single one of these lizards could become his clone. As a result, he appeared to possess many scapegoats that could die in his stead. But now, in order to capture Wang Baoli, he had to cease this rearing. This meant that whatever efforts he had put in would all be for nothing, and he would need to start all over again. The results of his efforts were without doubt spectacular. As the trio tried to overpower the Spirit Sea, these dozen lizards dashed forward in a sudden burst of speed. They slammed and shattered a large number of souls surging forward to meet them. They followed the small path and chased after Wang Baoli. Their bodies were immensely strange and peculiar. They seemed weightless and hovered between the realm of reality and illusion. Their speed also surpassed the limits of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and they left after images of themselves as they raced forward. An observer wouldn't have been able to distinguish the dozen lizards. They would have been deceived by their after-images and instead seen hundreds and thousands of lizards. They would leap into the air and seemingly teleport. Such a relentless pursuit made Wang Baoli's face grow dark. He didn't know how far this path would take him, but he knew that if he did nothing to stop them, they would eventually catch up to him. "Curse you, you're all out to bully me, aren't you? I may not be able to fight a nascent soul, but you think you slimy crawly creatures can simply push me around." Violence shone in Wang Baoli's eyes. He had had enough. He shouted and raised his right hand, and with a sudden sweep, a giant red megaphone appeared. It exuded the strong aura of a dharmic armament. It appeared in his hand. Scram! Chapter 446, this is his territory as well. Chapter 446, this is his territory as well. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The dharmic armament megaphone was bright red and looked extremely bizarre. Its exterior surface also contained numerous diagrams made of symbols of different color intensity. Taking a closer look at it, the diagrams were depicting a tiger on fire. The moment Wang Baoli took out the megaphone, he didn't hesitate to activate it. After adjusting it to its loudest settings, and as he roared into it, the megaphone instantly vibrated vigorously. It amplified Wang Baoli's voice countless times such that it formed a sound wave hurricane that exploded in bursts towards the approaching lizard beasts. An indescribable sense of shock was felt clearly right now. Layers of ripples could be seen transmogrifying with the naked eye, shooting and spreading in all directions like tides and crashing waves, resulting in a force that couldn't be resisted. Amid that force, a sea of fire erupted. It was difficult to distinguish if it resulted from the tiger's body, or if it was produced due to the loud sound that altered the state of physical objects. Regardless, as the roar emerged, the sea of fire spread in all directions. One could see a fire tiger charging out of the megaphone, growing larger and larger as it occupied the entire space around. Looking at those lizards that were crawling out like worms, the tiger roared ferociously. The roar of the tiger combined with that from Wang Baoli boosted it to such an unbelievable scale, that it was similar to using titanium to strike a rock. The sound exploded, and the spirit sea in front of the megaphone was devastated. The surrounding environment was also thrown into chaos by numerous large hands. As the sound spread to a large area, numerous spirits were retreating and trembling. They didn't dare to move an inch closer, and looking from a distance, one could see that a space was formed in the spirit sea. That wasn't what was most impressive. After all, the spirit sea merely withstood the remnant sound waves from the megaphone. The ones that were under the targeted attack by Wang Baoli were those frightening-looking lizard beasts. These lizard beasts suffered the most impact. They were extremely pitiful, as the three lizard beasts who had perfected Foundation Establishment realm cultivation hadn't even landed on the ground after leaping up before they were impacted by the sound waves from the megaphone and swept away. They didn't even have time to tremble before they were immediately devastated, turning into a blood fog that spread in all directions. There were 4 more lizard beasts behind them. Even though they weren't at the front, the impact of the wave still blew their bodies apart, crushed their skull, and tore out their limbs. With the devastation, the remaining lizard beasts all screamed painfully, spewing blood out of their mouths. Despite having tested out the force of the megaphone himself previously, Wang Baoli didn't unleash the full power of the megaphone then. Therefore, right now, having activated the megaphone's full power, Wang Baoli was shocked himself. Following the unleashing of its full force, even the megaphone was about to be blown out of his hands. Vaguely, there were signs of resistance that were about to turn into a backlash. Wang Baoli knew that every newly refined dharmic armament would retain a desire to counter-devour. Time was needed to assimilate it to completely suppress it and make it consciously obedient. However, right now, he didn't have the time to nourish and assimilate it. He stared ahead, spreading the dark fire in his body and going a full circle around the megaphone. The consciousness of the megaphone was shaken, and it instantly calmed down. Instead of backlash, it was now sounding off with even more effort. However, right at this moment, a purple-colored stream of blood flew out from the blood fog formed from the devastated lizard beasts. It was moving so fast and didn't seem to be severely affected by the sound waves. It accumulated not far away, forming an outline of a palm-sized doll. A wave of ferocity instantly emanated from this purple blood doll. A cold glow shot from the position where its eyes were, and with the turn of its body, it didn't charge towards Wang Baoli but towards the injured but still alive lizard beasts. Despite being injured, these lizard beasts were still of Foundation Establishment realm cultivation. Their physical bodies were extremely strong, but in the face of the purple blood doll, they turned extremely fragile as the purple blood doll went right through them. As the purple blood doll emerged from the other side of their bodies, it brought along with it purple blood threads, which made it even clearer to one's eyes while, on the other hand, the lizard beasts died. This extremely bizarre scene made Wang Baoli tremble with shock. He narrowed his eyes and didn't continue his attacks. Instead, he put away the megaphone and retreated hurriedly, charging at high speed towards the end of the passageway that seemed to have been specially created for him by the Spirit Sea. The moment he sped away, a loud boom emerged from the distant spirit sea. The 3 extraterrestrial cultivators had finally shaken off the countless wronged spirits that were blocking them. In reality, the 3 of them, who were very closely related to each other, were already extremely strong. They were also used to working with each other. If that wasn't the case, had a single nascent soul cultivator appeared here and became surrounded by the wronged spirits, it would be impossible for him to break free, and he would possibly die if he weren't careful. After all, there were just too many spirits here. There is great value in Zhuyi Xian. We must capture him. The moment they charged out, the rage in the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators could be sensed. However, through the various encounters, especially after noticing that the world seemed to be ridiculously kind to this Zhuyi Xian, the trio was already extremely shaken. Therefore, the trio charged out at the fastest speed possible, instantly appearing in the passageway, and went in the direction Wang Baoli had gone. However, this area was extremely bizarre and, at the same time, they also realized that they were unable to teleport. As such, they were forced to slow down. Despite that, they were still faster than Wang Baoli. Even though a distance was created between them initially, in the time of a few breaths, the trio had already appeared at the location where the doll formed by the purple-colored blood threads was. The moment they saw the purple blood doll, the cultivator with the centipede on his face felt even more pain. In reality, the reason the lizard beasts became his avatar after being nurtured was that their bloodline contained a thread of ancient blood, and that had already become his mark. Therefore, rather than nurturing the lizard beasts, it was more like nurturing the ancient blood. Right now, the ancient blood had already been released. The accumulation of the ancient blood couldn't be reversed as there were insufficient realms, making it difficult to form the avatar he wanted. He could only use it like a puppet. However, he couldn't care too much about that now. He sealed his hands and pointed, causing the purple blood doll to scream shrilly. It grew even more ruthless as it charged forward in the passageway, in pursuit together with the trio. However, just as the trio went about their pursuit and neared the end of the passageway where they caught a glimpse of Wang Baoli took out the megaphone and screamed into it with all his might. Large sound waves emerged directly from his megaphone. Numerous sound waves erupted continuously, sounding heavily behind him. If the sound waves were directed towards the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators, they would be able to resist it and not slow down. After all, they weren't lizard beasts and were physically strong. However, this time, Wang Baoli's target was the surrounding spirit sea. This made the spirit sea's waves crash continuously, resulting in chaos. Perhaps Wang Baoli's sound waves had an impact, or perhaps it was due to some other peculiar reason, but the spirit sea erupted. Large numbers of wronged spirits emerged, screaming as they formed a barrier against the trio once again. D*MN. The trio was going crazy with rage and indignation. They were nascent soul cultivators and had never thought that killing a mere Foundation Establishment realm cultivator would require so much effort. It was also at this moment that they looked past the immense number of wronged spirits before them and saw the end of the passageway. At the end of the passageway, in the depths of the spirit sea, was a vortex that was rapidly being formed, one that seemed to be welcoming Wang Baoli and waiting for him to step in. This is his territory as well? This scene once again made the trio go crazy. Even Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he went into a momentary blur. However, with a crisis before his eyes, he knew that he had no choice. The lure by the vortex was also growing stronger by the moment. Therefore, without pausing for a single second, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth and charged speedily into the vortex. He entered it immediately. The moment he entered the vortex shrank rapidly and was about to close. However, the purple blood doll broke free of the barrier formed by the wronged spirits due to its ability to suppress spirits, and appeared by the vortex. It didn't step in immediately, instead, standing by its periphery with large amounts of purple threads being released from its body, attempting to slow down the rate at which the vortex was closing. Even though it only managed to slow the vortex by the time of 3 breaths, it was already sufficient. The extraterrestrial cultivator with the centipede on his face immediately took out a dharmic treasure in the form of a black leaf. Chapter 447, Escape. Chapter 447, Escape. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The black leaf wasn't formed naturally, and its veins weren't formed by nature either. If one took a closer look, he would realize that the leaf's veins looked more like skin. It was indeed a leaf formed by the skin of a live man. The appearance of the leaf brought with it mumbling sounds. The sounds carried a hint of madness and pain, and they were like a hurricane sweeping in all directions, one that wanted to suppress everything. It made the surrounding wronged spirits tremble as if they had lost consciousness. Leveraging on the suppressive force from the black leaf, the three extraterrestrial cultivators picked up speed and emerged out of the barrier formed by the spirit sea, stepping into the vortex. However, when they stepped in, the cultivator with the centipede on his face turned ghastly white. The black leaf he was holding was now stuck to his forehead, wriggling as if it was sucking blood from his glabella. Apparently, this dharmic treasure was something he wouldn't use haphazardly. Once used, he would have to pay a huge price. Therefore, when he was pursuing Wang Baoli previously, he used the treasure that he had nurtured for 30 years and not this dharmic treasure. However, at that moment, even though a crisis hadn't struck, he had a strong premonition that if he didn't enter the vortex and grab hold of Wang Baoli, that it was very likely that he would be trapped there. He felt that if that happened, eventually, he would be teetering on the brink of death. This world was extremely hostile to them but extremely kind to Wang Baoli, which made them shudder. As the trio charged into the vortex shut and vanished. The Spirit Sea passageway also disappeared, and normalcy returned to the Spirit Sea. It was as if nothing had happened. The waves were still crashing, and the cries from the spirits could still be heard. Wang Baoli had long sensed the kindness granted to him by this world. To put it more accurately, it was a calling for him that influenced this world, making all kinds of barriers disappear before him. It even helped to block the people who were pursuing him. However, Wang Baoli was unsure of this matter and had started to become suspicious of Little Missy's words. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that Little Missy went into hibernation the moment he entered. Either I'm thinking too much and Little Missy is right, or the dark art that I have cultivated has resulted in a mysterious change to the dark artifact. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and looked towards his surroundings. A glow was revealed in the depths of his eyes. He was no longer in the Spirit Sea, but on the second level of the Spirit Sea in the underground world. Even though the sky on the second level of the underground world was still composed of mud and dull red in color, it wasn't as well lit by the stars. Rather, it glowed on its own, and despite it not being very bright, the entire world was a shade of dull red as it shone through the sky. It looked like blood from a dead person. Looking at the ground, there were a large number of tombstones. The tombstones were of various sizes, with some broken and some intact. They looked horrifying, and in the area further away, in the region where there were no tombstones, there were numerous tomb mounds of varying sizes. A strong vibe of death seemed to have accumulated for many years there, filling the entire environment with decay and vicissitude. Wang Baoli held his breath, looking at his surroundings and sensing the calling that emerged from it, which grew even stronger here. As Wang Baoli observed his surroundings, the tomb mound a distance away suddenly vibrated, and a withered hand emerged from beneath the mud. Wang Baoli's pupils constricted, and he was about to retreat when the extended hand seemed to send a signal. Instantly, numerous withered hands emerged consecutively from the tomb mounds, with withered skulls even emerging from some of them. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground seemed to be wriggling as an uncountable number of corpses emerged at increasing speed from the tomb mounds. The moment they emerged, the corpses screamed voicelessly. The screams were inaudible, and only the cultivator's spiritual consciousness could sense it and be shaken by it. It appeared as if they hadn't smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The corpses that emerged out of the tombs all looked at Wang Baoli, screaming as they clambered towards him. However, the moment they neared, Wang Baoli activated the dark fire in his body without hesitation. Instantly, dark fire appeared in his eyes, and the chilly aura was completely unleashed. The corpses that charged towards him were all shocked as they retreated. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, felt that the call for him had grown even stronger. At the same time, while the calling grew stronger, the original grave land before Wang Baoli suddenly sank amidst the loud boom, revealing a huge cave. The moment the cave appeared, the voice of the call reverberated extremely loudly in Wang Baoli's mind. Dark child. Come. Come. Wang Baoli wasn't surprised by what had just happened. He had long expected something like this to occur. After all, that was the case when he was on the first level of the underground world. Right now, there was a look of determination in his eyes. Since he was already there, he would still eventually have to take a look at what started everything. Furthermore, he had no other way out. As such, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the cave. It was also at this time that an empty space beside a graveyard warped and formed a giant vortex. The three extraterrestrial cultivators and the purple blood doll emerged from it. However, the moment they emerged, the corpses that had emerged from the graves roared and charged towards them, before they could even take a clear look at this world. If one stood on the clouds and lowered his head, he could see that there were so many corpses that it was impossible to count. They were densely packed, charging towards the trio from all directions. A distance away, even more corpses were rapidly climbing out of their graves and joining the rest in closing in on the trio. Seeing what was happening, the three extraterrestrial cultivators were all extremely indignant. They saw Wang Baoli running towards a cave formed in the ground, which appeared to be the exit. They had watched as Wang Baoli escaped before their eyes again and again, and this made the trio's desire to kill, as was as their rage, uncontrollable. That was especially so for the man with the centipede on his face. He had always had a sharp intuition, and now he had a strong gut feeling that they must definitely not let Shui Xian continue. If not, the tides would certainly turn. With that thought, the desire to kill was unleashed and visible through his eyes. Between hand seals, the black leaf appeared once again. With a wave, the leaf appeared to pass through nothingness as it flew directly towards Wang Baoli. Even if the surrounding corpses were blocking it, the leaf was so fast and harnessed so much energy that it cleared a path amongst the crowd of corpses. In the blink of an eye, it was merely 1,000 feet from Wang Baoli. Based on the speed of the leaf, it was impossible for Wang Baoli to enter the underground cave before the leaf went through his body and destroyed him. A strong sense of crisis instantly erupted in Wang Baoli's mind. With no means to hide and no means to block it, death would be inevitable. However, Wang Baoli was unwilling to accept that. Blue veins popped up on his forehead, and as he roared with his deep voice, for heavenly thunders emerged from his body. While he tried to block it, dark fire also emerged. The moment the dark fire emerged, heaven and earth shook. The entire second level of the underground world seemed to gain a strong consciousness which carried rage, anxiousness, and a voiceless scream, all of which transformed into a law of consciousness that spread in all directions. This law of consciousness caused all the tombstones to be ripped off the ground in the blink of an eye, amidst the loud boom. They seemed to be drawn in by a force, and instantly formed a blockade between Wang Baoli and the incoming black leaf. Banging sounds erupted continuously. The tombstones that were blocking the leaf were instantly devastated and broken into pieces as they were being passed through. However, there were so many tombstones, and all of them appeared so quickly that the distance of 1,000 feet seemed further than it really was. Countless tombstones transmogrified endlessly, forming a continuous barrier that reduced the power of the black leaf. The leaf went through the last tombstone that appeared and neared Wang Baoli, destroying his heavenly thunder and landing on his chest after going through his dark fire. Wang Baoli trembled, fresh blood spewing out of his mouth. He could only feel a strong force crushing his chest, and that most of his bones were broken. However, he didn't die. The leaf was strong, but the law of consciousness in this world weakened it considerably. Wang Baoli was also physically tough, and most importantly, his speed of recovery was astonishing. All these reasons allowed Wang Baoli to survive despite being severely injured. As he struggled, he leveraged on this force to retreat, stepping and disappearing into the cave. The cave then disappeared, which resulted in the entire area being stripped of an exit. Chapter 448, Underground City. Chapter 448, Underground City. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The lack of an exit meant that the three extraterrestrial cultivators would be trapped on the second level of the underground world. They may not be trapped for long by virtue of their cultivation, but they still missed the chance to kill Wang Baoli. The cultivator with the centipede on his face now carried an awful expression on his face. He growled and shook the remnants of the corpses around him away. When he reached the position that Wang Baoli had disappeared from, he pounded the ground with all his force, but the vortex exit had long disappeared. This world is hostile towards us. The trio looked at each other, growing extremely solemn. Their journey so far had been smooth sailing, never meeting with obstacles, whether it was massacring Mercury or stealing the stellar source of Mercury. It was only on Mars that obstacles started to surface. If their opponent were an elite, or someone of the same cultivation level as them, it wouldn't have mattered that much. However, that fatty was merely a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and that made the trio feel shameful and extremely indignant. Previously, they had wanted to capture Wang Baoli alive. However, after arriving in this underground world, the world was clearly biased towards Wang Baoli, making their cultivation completely useless. Right now, their issue was no longer the problem of continuing the pursuit. Wang Baoli's escape resulted in their active pursuit plans being stalled. They had no choice but to consider the possibility of Wang Baoli leaving this world before them. Once he left and informed the elites in this civilization who were searching for the three of them, it would mean an undesirable outcome. D***R in it. The trio was extremely furious. They looked at each other, and after seemingly reaching a consensus, they gave up on their plans to continue pursuing Wang Baoli. Instead, they chose to retreat and leave. They didn't want to take the risk. They planned to leave this place and return to their home planet before bringing more of their people. Then, whatever was present here would belong to their home planet. Then, as the ones who achieved the honor, they would receive incredible rewards that would be sufficient to boost their cultivation into another realm. With that thought in mind, the trio swiftly retreated. However, even though the idea was sound, it was still somewhat challenging to execute it. When they entered this world, they were hot on Wang Baoli's pursuit, which made their entrance easy. Right now, however, they wanted to leave, and that required them to find an exit. If they were unable to find it, they would have to find a place where the barrier was thinner and blast their way out. That, however, required time. The trio felt extremely troubled, but they could only bear with it. They had already made a decision to leave before coming back another time. They would definitely strip Shui Xian bare to his bones then. As the trio retreated and gave up on the thought of pursuing Wang Baoli, they split up within the second level of the underground world in order to locate the exit. At the same time, Wang Baoli, who had entered the underground cave, seemed to be walking along a teleportation passageway. It was brilliantly bright all around, making it difficult for one to look at his surroundings clearly. Thankfully, the entire process only took a few moments, and as the surrounding glow disappeared and a heatwave arrived, what appeared before Wang Baoli when he emerged from the cave was a primitive yet colossal city. The city was the third level of the underground world. Looking from a distance, the city looked like a gigantic beast head, and it had astonishing suppressive forces emanating from it. Surrounding it were tens of large chimney-like objects that were giving off black smoke that rose to the skies. In the sky made of mud, they formed dark clouds, and flashes of lightning could be seen occasionally. The black smoke and dark clouds churned, giving off sounds that were frighteningly loud, and which gripped everyone in shock when they noticed it. After all, this was a civilization that was different from that of the Federation. It was termed as a civilization as there were at least 10 such cities in the third level of the underground world. They were all similar to the one in front of Wang Baoli right now. It was just that the one in front of him was the largest one. As for the skies made of mud, despite being covered by the dark clouds, one could still see that there was a red glow shining through the gaps between the clouds. It covered a seemingly endless area, and other than the different cities, one could also see many underground volcanoes, with flowing trails of lava. These significantly increased the temperature of the place, and even the breeze was so scorching hot that it could dehydrate someone. Staying here for an extended period of time would definitely cause the moisture in one's body to evaporate completely, and they would become a dry corpse. This place wasn't suitable for humans to live in, but it was suitable for underground organisms. That was also proof that this place housed a civilization. There existed uncountable ferocious beasts in the cities, and those ferocious beasts were different from the ones Wang Baoli saw in the beast tide. They weren't as maniacal, and they were at the very least intellectual, with a spiritual glow in their eyes. However, they weren't of high intelligence. Despite that, Wang Baoli was extremely surprised and felt a torrent of emotion, as what he was seeing before his eyes was beyond his imagination. Is this the interior of a dark artifact, or is it really somewhere under Mars? Wang Baoli calmed himself down and didn't dare to make any reckless movements. That was because he was now in the middle of the largest city in this world, one that was clearly the core public square of the entire city. The center of this public square was a mere 1,000 feet from Wang Baoli. There was a huge depression there, with black smoke billowing out from it. There was also an extremely strong calling from the depression that continuously erupted in Wang Baoli's mind. He was sure that the existence that was calling for him resided in the depression. That wasn't the reason he didn't dare to move though. What really made Wang Baoli nervous was that there seemed to be some prayer going on in the public square. Therefore, countless ferocious beasts had gathered, each of them with a different appearance. They surrounded the depression and seemed to be praying, and at the same time, two figures were floating in mid-air above the depression. The two figures were blurry. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to see them clearly. However, with a flash of dark fire in Wang Baoli's eyes, he could immediately see everything clearly. The exact appearance of one of the figures couldn't be seen in detail. He could only see a black robe, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no body and only the black robe itself. Standing beside black robe was a young boy whose face was green instead of rosa-looking. He looked like a ferocious ghost, and together with black robe, was being prayed to by the countless ferocious beasts surrounding them. Many of the ferocious beasts were even corpses. It was as if black robe and the young boy were their creators. In front of black robe and the young boy was a mound of mud that was moving swiftly, as if in the process of disintegration. There were several frightening-looking beetles the size of a fingernail that seemed to be in the process of rapid metamorphosis, growing larger and larger as the flesh and blood disintegrated. It appeared to be under some mysterious force which caused life to transform. A shocking guess arose in Wang Baoli's mind upon seeing what was happening. Perhaps there wasn't a world here, but due to the existence of the dark artifact and certain unique characteristics, a transformation had occurred underground, resulting in changes. Be it bacteria, viruses, or other forms of living organisms, they rapidly evolved under the power of the dark artifact, and gradually formed this world. If this guess were true, then there would be an explanation for the occurrence of the beast tides and why they seemed endless. That was because in this underground world, as long as the dark artifact continued to exist, this rapid evolution process would also persist. Similarly, if the guess were confirmed, then the depression in the public square where the calling seemed to be originating from, would be the location of the dark artifact. This thought flashed across Wang Baoli's mind. However, since the time he appeared until now, he had merely stood there thinking. Instantly, the black robe and young boy floating above the large depression appeared before Wang Baoli. As for those ferocious beasts which were in the process of praying, they quickly turned their heads, their gazes landing directly on Wang Baoli. The moment he saw Wang Baoli, the young boy was surprised. He hid his newly grown right hand instinctively in his embrace, and his body disappeared instantly. Wang Baoli didn't notice all that. Right now, he was sweating as he thought about how to explain himself. He wanted to communicate with the civilization and clarify that he meant no harm and that everything was just an accident. However, even before he could speak, black robe that was floating in the sky suddenly trembled. In the blink of an eye, two pupil-like dark glows appeared from within the black robe, staring at Wang Baoli. It was shocked, and the torrent of emotions it was experiencing could be seen in its eyes. Wang Baoli! The raspy voice reverberated inside black robe, and as it spread in all directions, Wang Baoli widened his eyes and felt a buzz in his mind. He would have never imagined that the other party would know who he was. However, at this moment, Wang Baoli made a guess about the person's identity in his mind. You are the Dark Servant? Chapter 449, I have wrongly blamed the donkey. Chapter 449, I have wrongly blamed the donkey. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The words Dark Servant instantly intensified the killing intent in the black robe's eyes. If not for his fear of Wang Baoli's status and the restraint from the dark fire, he would have attacked immediately, suppressing Wang Baoli and making him the Dark Servant. In reality, after he had come to know of Wang Baoli's status, he was still intent on killing Wang Baoli. He was filled with regret and indignation for the puppet's failure and was even thinking about how to launch the second attack. However, even before he thought of a plan, Wang Baoli arrived by himself. You called him here. Black Robe narrowed his eyes, lowering his head to look at the depression beneath his feet, rage apparent in his eyes. He didn't say it out loud and was merely conveying his thoughts. What replied to him from deep within the depression was a heavy black smoke and a calling for Wang Baoli that was so strong that it far exceeded that of previous callings. The voice that reverberated in Wang Baoli's mind was as clear as always. Dark child. Come. 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 Kill him. Black Robe's breathing was rapid. He raised his illusory right hand and flailed, and the calling instantly vanished. He growled with a deep voice, as if sending a command. The moment the growl was produced, the ferocious beasts on the public square were immediately filled with rage as they snarled and charged towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was taken aback. As he turned, he avoided 7 roaring ferocious beasts that collided with each other. However, the injuries inflicted by the leaf previously were still severe despite his astounding recovery speed. The movement caused intense pain in his internal organs, and blood spewed out of his mouth. However, he was still very fast, and after moving away and activating his hand seals, heavenly thunders erupted, sweeping towards the 7 ferocious beasts. However, there were just too many ferocious beasts, with many of them on the Foundation Establishment realm and even the Core Formation realm. Wang Baoli could even feel that there was a strong aura emanating a distance away. It was as if the force, initially in hibernation, was now gradually waking up. Little Missy, why are you still sleeping now? Wang Baoli was anxious, thinking about how rotten his luck was to be pursued by the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators. Now that he had escaped here, he still met with a life-and-death crisis. Thankfully, he understood that Black Robe didn't dare attack him. Despite that, the ferocious beasts here could easily swallow Wang Baoli whole. What made it worse was that he was also injured. That made Wang Baoli more anxious, especially as he didn't know his bearings. If he managed to break free, it would be difficult for him to leave the 3rd level of this underground world. Furthermore, if he successfully left the 3rd level and returned to the 2nd level, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators would be there. He was stuck in limbo. There was simply no good way out of this situation. That's not right. There's an exit underground. Wang Baoli held his breath, and a look of ruthlessness was apparent in his eyes. He knew that he needed to give it his all. If not, this place would become his burial ground. Right now, the only way he could go was towards the depression 1,000 feet away. He trusted his intuition. His intuition was telling him that the calling from the depression wasn't hostile towards him. The calling had guided him here, and since there was no other way out now, the only choice would be to go along until the end. With that thought, Wang Baoli roared loudly. He took out his Dharmic armament megaphone and screamed into it while directing it in all directions. With the roar being boosted by the Dharmic armament, a hurricane erupted. The sound waves exploded in pulses, and instantly, the tens of ferocious beasts that were charging towards him were decimated, forming pools of flesh and blood. As a result of activating his cultivation, Wang Baoli's injuries became even more severe, and fresh blood was spewing out of his mouth. He didn't have the time to care too much about other things. Immediately, he activated his hand seals and raised his hands. Numerous mosquitoes emerged, charging towards the surrounding ferocious beasts. Leveraging on this, Wang Baoli picked up speed again. He roared angrily, looking at the depression before him as he charged towards it. Noticing that Wang Baoli's goal was indeed the depression, the Black Robe wanted to block him, but he didn't dare to go near. He activated his hand seals, instantly causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to go even crazier. They charged towards Wang Baoli with no regard for danger, as if they were being controlled. As loud booms erupted continuously, Wang Baoli had already made use of the dark art 5 times in this short period. His body was failing, and his vision was growing blurry, but he still didn't activate the dark fire. He had a strong gut feeling that the dark fire wasn't unlimited. Using it could perhaps have some suppressive effect, but if it was exhausted by these ferocious beasts, it might just be what Black Robe desired. In reality, that was the truth. Black Robe was indeed waiting for Wang Baoli to use the dark fire, which would be exhausted by the ferocious beast's death. Only when the dark fire was exhausted through continual usage would he dare to attack. However, right now, seeing that Wang Baoli didn't use it at all, he was shocked. He was also helpless. He didn't dare to go near, but under his command, there were now even more ferocious roars and auras charging towards him. At the same time, the young boy, who was instantly taken aback after seeing Wang Baoli, had now appeared a distance away. He first checked his surroundings in a frightened manner. He was extremely vigilant throughout the entire process, as if searching for something that frightened him. However, realizing that there was no scary figure and no aura from it, the young boy visibly heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had merely scared himself, and now, he looked towards Wang Baoli with darkness and ruthlessness in his eyes. The demon would appear and block me every time I wanted to swallow this fella. It seems like he is important to the demon. Therefore, today, I will swallow him first and gain back some interest. The young boy's eyes looked frightening. He turned and charged towards Wang Baoli. He curled his lips into a scary smile that conveyed a sense of ruthlessness and a desire for revenge as he closed in instantly. His appearance was immediately noticed by the Black Robe. This idiot! Black Robe cursed under his breath, but didn't try to stop him. In his view, of the 3 artifact spirits, he was the smartest one. The other 2 were either in constant hibernation or was an idiot. That idiot must not have heard the conversation he had with Wang Baoli, and that was why he decided to make the move. No matter. Let it exhaust Wang Baoli's dark fire. As a flash appeared across Black Robe's eyes, the young boy whom he called an idiot had already weaved through the ferocious beasts at high speed and appeared behind Wang Baoli. He was filled with agitation and exhilaration, and he was about to pass through Wang Baoli and extinguish his fire of life. However, the moment he neared, a roar suddenly emerged from the depression that Black Robe had suppressed. When the roar was heard, an astonishing force exploded from within. It immediately broke Black Robe's seal, causing the Black Robe to retreat as its figure turned blurry, clearly destabilized. Gasps of anxiousness and angry screams emerged from Black Robe. Old fella, you've been a dark servant for a full era. It took so long for the dark sect to finally die and give us freedom, and yet you still want to continue as a slave. You don't even care that you're exhausting the essence. You're crazy. Go do it yourself, don't involve me. Black Robe roared angrily and tried to suppress it once again. However, at this time, as both sides were resisting each other with all their force, a flash appeared across Wang Baoli's eyes. Without hesitation, the dark fire erupted. He turned his body and charged towards the depression in front of him. At the same time, the young boy neared. Since he was in the lead, the young boy collided with the dark flame in the hurricane formed by the dark fire. The young boy widened his eyes and didn't have time to dodge it. Instantly, the dark fire enveloped him and he screamed pitifully. His body could be seen corroding as he retreated while screaming. In order to survive, he even broke off half of his body to escape from the area covered by the dark fire. That was also the reason why Wang Baoli charged out towards the depression. If not, had the young boy wanted to escape, it wouldn't be as simple as having to break off half his body. After escaping, the young boy started crying. His body trembled as he looked at Wang Baoli with a level of fear and shock that he had never experienced. He was now extremely thankful towards the donkey. He felt that he had wronged the donkey. It always bit him not out of hostility, but due to kindness, in order to prevent him from killing himself. As the young boy escaped, a glow flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes as the dark fire was completely unleashed. He leveraged on the spread of the dark fire to increase his speed. He seemed to have transformed into a shooting star as he dashed towards the depression. Everywhere he passed, the ferocious beasts all screamed painfully, turning into ash after being set alight by the dark fire. Chapter 450, Dark Dream. Chapter 450, Dark Dream. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Similarly, Wang Baoli's dark fire was limited. In the whole process of rushing, it was exhausted by the countless ferocious beasts, and Wang Baoli was now visibly weakened. However, Wang Baoli had a precise grasp of the timing. Even though the dark fire was being exhausted, he had still managed to enter the depression while Black Robe was being held back. The instant he entered the depression, Black Robe let out a scream filled with intense indignation. That scream spread throughout the entire third level of the underground world, causing all the cities to shake. However, it was all too late. Old fella, so what if you let him in? The dark sect has already passed on, and those grazing the cosmos had all died pathetically. It's not that I don't acknowledge history. However, we have finally achieved freedom, so why do we have to be burial tributes to the Dark Sect? You should know that the being that destroyed the Dark Sect is already the Lord of the never-ending Star Zone. Black Robe screamed angrily, and in his agitation, he revealed his body. It wasn't an elder dressed in a black robe. Instead, an aged face appeared above the black robe, as if the black robe was his body. The young boy appeared beside Black Robe with a look of confusion in his eyes. He seemed not to have understood the entire situation, looking at Black Robe and then at the depression, unsure why Black Robe said what he said. "You idiot!" Black Robe grew even angrier looking at the young boy. However, that made the young boy unhappy. "Crappy clothes, who are you scolding?" "I'm scolding you, you old chap. What's the point of acting young all the time?" On the third level of the underground world, the furious Black Robe and the young boy began cursing each other. They even started launching attacks. The ferocious beasts on the ground and many more arriving all stared dazedly at the duo in the skies whom they thought were their leaders. They didn't dare participate, and they simply lowered their heads and waited. At the same time, in the cosmos far away from the solar system was a forbidden ground that was extremely dusty. That place seemed to have been forgotten by people. It was as if it had never existed amongst the other planets. In the vortex that had once sent out the casket, a sigh was heard. As the sigh was heard, an extremely large face the size of the vortex appeared within it. It was looking in the direction of the solar system, and after a long time, it sighed again as it closed its eyes. Its consciousness began spreading in all directions, integrating into the cosmos through some mysterious means. Right now, on the second level of this underground world, the three extraterrestrial cultivators who had split up were now extremely anxious in their search for an exit. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was difficult to find it. They eventually found a spot where the barrier was thinner. However, the moment they tried to blast it open and escape, the entire underground world suddenly trembled. The sky transformed, the winds howled, and the clouds churned. All weak spots hardened up instantly, and the spirits from the spirit sea on the first level, as well as the corpses on the second level, froze, as if having lost their ability to move. The spirit sea was calm, and the graveland was peaceful. On the third level, even those ferocious beasts who had their heads lowered stopped moving. It was as if a frightening consciousness was using some form of indescribable method to come to this place through the dark artifact. That existence was extremely powerful, and his arrival made all forms of life turn into puppets. Even the young boy and Black Robe, who were now attacking each other, were shocked. They instinctively trembled, and the fear and memories that they had buried deep inside their hearts were immediately brought to the surface with the arrival of the consciousness. The moment it surfaced in their minds, the young boy knelt down and screamed painfully. "I was wrong, I was wrong. Spare my life, Master." As it screamed instinctively, Black Robe trembled even more strongly. However, he didn't ask for forgiveness and instead exclaimed noiselessly and with disbelief. "This consciousness. This is impossible. This. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is already dead. That battle back then. He died back then." As the young boy knelt and asked for forgiveness, and as Black Robe gasped in disbelief, the arriving consciousness disregarded them, passing by insidiously and entering the cave. Right now, Wang Baoli, who was inside the cave, was confused. He didn't sense the arrival of that ferocious consciousness, not even the existence of the calling. Everything seemed to have disappeared once he entered the depression. That wasn't all. There was no longer heaven and earth in the depression, only pitch-black nothingness. Wang Baoli was on a lone boat, a boat that was slowly advancing into nothingness. The lone boat was completely black, seemingly able to blend into nothingness while emanating an indescribable sense of quaintness and vicissitude. Wang Baoli lowered his head and saw that he was no longer wearing his original clothing, but was instead in a familiar black robe. Furthermore, in front of him was an oar. More accurately, it was a lantern oar. At its tip hung a light made of a green sack. Lone boat, black robe, lantern oar. The moment he saw all this, Wang Baoli uncontrollably thought of Zhao Pinfang's mural, the one he had seen in the Mars research facility. All this confused him. His thoughts also seemed to become blurry with the quietness of the surrounding nothingness. Gradually, as the sampan advanced slowly, together with the peacefulness of the surroundings, Wang Baoli could no longer keep his eyes open. He sat down in the lone boat, leaning against its side, about to fall into a deep slumber. In between wakefulness and sleep, he vaguely heard a tune coming from afar. The tune wasn't from a child, but from an elderly yet warm voice. It reverberated by his ears, accompanying him to dreamland. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. The tune reverberated, eventually filling up Wang Baoli's consciousness. His head was slanted, and his eyelids trembled, wanting to open his eyes. However, he was simply too tired, and eventually completely lost consciousness. As he fell into a deep slumber, the consciousness that arrived seemed to appear beside the lone boat that was advancing in the nothingness. It gradually transformed into an elder's illusory figure, standing on the lone boat as he looked at Wang Baoli. He was full of emotion, and his gaze was warm. The only seed left in this world. Perhaps, this is a reincarnation. Forget it. The elder sighed softly, raising his right hand and pressing it on Wang Baoli's glabella, mumbling as he did so. Dark dream. Wang Baoli indeed felt that he was in a dream, an indescribable dream. In this dream world were brilliant lights that made him very unwilling to wake up. After an unknown period of time, he heard the familiar tune again. The sound was warm and amiable as usual, and it seemed to be approaching him from afar. It reverberated by his ears, and he opened his eyes. He was still on the lone boat, and he was no longer surrounded by nothingness but by the cosmos. The cosmos was so vast and limitless that he could see the swirling stars, as well as dust that he had never seen before. He could even see meteoroids floating and spinning by. Everything was so foreign that Wang Baoli was momentarily shocked. At the same time, he saw an elder holding a lantern oar in front of him, wearing a black robe. He was using the lantern oar to journey through the cosmos. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. The raspy, peaceful voice emerged from his mouth. Sensing that Wang Baoli had woken up, the elder's voice paused. He turned around, revealing an extremely kind yet wrinkly face beneath the black robe. Age and warmth filled his eyes as he looked at Wang Baoli and smiled. Baoli, what happened to you?